Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
We may take our seats, or I don't know whether we want to remain standing for the prayer. Let's humble ourselves for our word of prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, we give thanks unto Thee for the gift of life this morning. Father, we want to thank You for the journey mercies that You granted each and every one of us so that we assemble here. Father, we have come together today to celebrate the milestones that we have achieved together, the 13 counties that were supported together with Agrifi MESP, who has given us capacity building and supported us in policy development and achieving other milestones further in ATVET and other areas. We also thank them for the infrastructural development further. As we will be celebrating today, we pray for Your peace to guide us through all the programs. I pray in Jesus' name.
Makofi for Madam Rose. We may take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hatujambo. It is an honor and privilege to truly welcome you all to this monumentous occasion as we celebrate 7 transformative years of the Agrifi Programme. As the African saying goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Today we gather here to reflect on a journey that demonstrates the power of collaboration and shared visions. We are here to celebrate milestones, share lessons, look forward to building an even more sustainable future for Kenya's agricultural sector. So, hawa kina MESP ni kina nani? MESP stands for Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust, and it was established in 2002, has been at the forefront of fostering economic growth, employment creation, and poverty alleviation. Through its innovative approaches, MESP has empowered countless micro, small, and medium enterprises, ensuring sustainable and climate-resilient agricultural systems. So the Agrifi Programme has been a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in capacity building, food safety systems, and climate-smart agricultural practices operating in 13 counties. This program has made an indelible mark on the dairy, horticultural, and aquaculture value chain. So which are these 13 counties? And I want to see the counties that sent representatives and the counties that didn't. So we will start with Migori. Do you have Migori present? I am Makofi kwa Migori. Bungoma County, do you have representatives? I am Makofi kwao. And you're allowed to be loud. This is our meeting and it is a celebration. Kakamega, do you have Kakamega present? Yes, please. Shout, scream, shangwe na vigelegele. Do you have Embu, Mwaro? Do you have Embu present? Makofi kwa Embu. Do you have Makueni present? Makofi kwa Makueni. Do you have Meru? Makofi kwa Meru. Do you have Kisii present? Do you have Kilifi? Watu wa Kosti. Do you have Kilifi? Haya. Sisemi sana. Do you have Nakuru? Oh yes, I can see Nakuru. Makofi kwao. Do you have Mayakos? Makofi kwa Mayakos. Do you have Nyandarua County? Makofi kwa Nyandarua, nasikia ahu. Do you have Kiambu present? Excellent. Do you have Kirinyaga? Makofi kwa Kirinyaga. Thank you very, very much. But ladies and gentlemen, this program could not have been possible without our excellent donors who have made it possible. This is the European Union and Danida. And we say you have to respect the money, because there might be interest, there might be willingness, there might be need, but can we do anything without the money? Can we do anything without the money? So I want us to prepare a very good clap, because they have stood with this program for 7 years, starting with EU and then Danida joined. Can we give them a befitting clap? Tutafanya ile factoria. I'm not very good with claps. Unajua mtu anajua strengths and weaknesses. Zangu sio claps. Tufanye factoria, tuweke ile. So tutaanza na 1, twende 2, twende 3. Ama kama kuna mtu anajua kuclap kunishinda anaweza saidia mimi. Tunaanza juu. Nani amesema tunaanza juu? Nimesikia that voice is very loud. Hiyo ni mzuri sana. Haya, tupatie tafadhali. This is our meeting and all of us are involved. Haya, pige makofi, tayarisha mkono tafadhali.
Tutafanya 3 to 1.
Yes.
Anza na 3.
Thank you very much. And so going to the program, I would want us to start with a phenomenal woman. I personally celebrate and truly admire women who first joined the STEM program, because sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics are very, very difficult courses, and often women shy away from them. But there are women who have gone and defied the myth that sciences are difficult. She is an agriculturalist. She's also broken another barrier by becoming the very able CEO of NEPST. Without her, this would not be possible. Makofi kwake. Allow me to welcome the CEO, Madam Rebecca Amukwai. Karibu sana, madam. We should clap until she gets here. Anaweza sema hiyo program haitakuja kwetu. She is so powerful. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our MC of the day. And I'm very, very pleased to see all of you here. Our chief guest, whom we are expecting, the PS for Trade and Industry, Mr. Juma Muhwana, we are hopeful that he's going to join us. We are also expecting to be joined by the Deputy Governor, Kakamega County. We are looking forward to having them. Our distinguished guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you've heard, my name is Rebecca Amhoye. I work with a very dedicated team at Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust. But before I ask them to stand up, I wish to thank you all for joining us and welcome to this significant occasion marking the closeout of the Agrifi Food Safety Program 2024. Allow me now to recognize my staff who are here, who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to get the program going for the last 7 years. MESP staff, please, upstanding. And wave to our stakeholders and partners. Thank you. Thank you so much. You may get seated. Allow me to just mention Godfrey Nyangori, who has been the team leader for this program for the last 7 years. I've been very privileged to work with a gentleman who is so hardworking, who is so down to earth, and has enabled to build significant relationships across counties in a manner that I really admire. Thank you so much, Godfrey, for a job well done. It is truly a privilege to stand before you today as we reflect on the remarkable journey we have undertaken together in advancing food safety across our agricultural sector. Today marks a significant milestone and a fulfilling engagement with stakeholders from 13 counties, private sector entities, associations, national government, development partners, donors, academia, researchers, and farmers in a partnership that has brought us closer to ensuring safer and more sustainable food systems for our communities and future generations. As we gather here in this serene and surrounding of Safari Park Hotel, it's impossible not to reflect on the remarkable journey that we have undertaken. This program has been a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and perseverance in addressing the pressing challenges of food safety in our country. The Agrifi Food Safety Programme was born out of the recognition that food safety is the cornerstone of public health, sustainable agricultural development, and food security. In a world where consumer demands are rising and food safety and food systems are evolving, the need for effective food safety management has never been so pressing. Our program has aimed to address these challenges by building capacities, strengthening food safety regulations, and fostering collaboration among all actors in the agricultural value chain. As we convene here today, the Agrifi Food Safety System Program has engaged your counties through a number of interventions, including customized quality trainings that are expected to spur agri-based services to farmers and other value chain actors, strengthening agricultural training centers through infrastructural support, as well as training of trainers as a great resource to counties to continue delivering trainings and support and be champions of food safety in the respective counties. Strengthening the county food safety regulatory system to support food safety, surveillance, monitoring, enforcement, and standards management at national and county level. I want to take this opportunity to recognize some of the competent authorities that we have closely worked with to ensure that this program becomes a success. The Public Health, the Pest Control Products Board, PCPB, Directorate of Veterinary Services, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Kenya Fisheries Service, Horticulture Crops Development Authority, and the Kenya Dairy Board, among others. The program invested significantly in the setting up of the county food safety coordination committees, the training of the inspectors across board, and the development of the food safety policies and bills. In addition, the program worked with some of your counties to pilot the wet market concept, where we focused on infrastructure development to address sanitary and hygiene challenges at our marketplace. Management and ownership of those markets through policy interventions and the waste management interventions in a bid to introduce circular thinking in the way we dispose of the organic waste generated at our markets. The program has also supported the strengthening of intergovernmental engagements for food safety management through the county food safety coordination committees, where the central competent authorities have become pivotal to the county food-based food safety system. It is my belief that the investment that the European Union and DANIDA have made through MEST will go a long way in sustaining the capacities of counties and national institutions mandated to regulate food, animal, and plant health standards and spur trade. These accomplishments are not just words. They represent lives transformed, livelihoods uplifted, and a future reimagined for our agriculture sector. But while we celebrate these milestones and these achievements, we must also acknowledge the challenges we have faced. The landscape of food safety is complex, with issues ranging from climate change to changing consumer habits, limitations of resources, staff turnover, key government staff changeovers, to the need of continuous innovation. These challenges remind us that food safety is an ongoing journey, one that requires collective responsibility, resilience, and commitment. As we close this phase of the Agrifi Food Safety Programme, it is clear that the work does not end here. The foundation we have laid must continue to evolve. The lessons that we have learned over the past 7 years should serve as the springboard for even greater advances. The relationships that we have built must be nurtured, and the capacity that we have developed must be strengthened. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our partners, the European Union and the Republic of Denmark, for providing the financial resources that made this program possible. I also wish to thank the Council of Governors, the central competent authorities, and the 13 target county governments for their commitment to this noble agenda. And as I mentioned, the 13 county governments, they were very kind enough to allocate a staff. Each county identified what we called the desk officers to work with my team at MEST to deliver all the program interventions at the county level. And I want to take this juncture to just ask all the desk officers in this room to stand up so that we can be able to acknowledge them and appreciate them for the coordination of activities that they've been able to undertake between MEST and their respective counties that has registered significant achievements. May you be upstanding, and with a round of applause, may we recognize the desk officers, government workers who have been dedicated in working behind the scenes and ensuring the success of this program. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Your support, expertise, and dedication have been indispensable in making this program a success. Together, we have built a platform upon which future innovations and improvements will flourish. To the program participants, the farmers, the food handlers, the organizations that have directly benefited from this program, thank you. Thank you so much. Your commitment to learning, adopting, and implementing the knowledge gained is a testament to the power of collaboration and the impact of the Agrifi Food Safety Program. To the staff who worked tirelessly on this program, thank you. Thank you so much. May God bless you. As I close, while this workshop signifies the closeout of this phase, it also serves as a new beginning. As we move forward, we are more determined than ever to continue advocating for safer, more sustainable food systems, to share knowledge and to inspire change. Together, we will create a future where food safety is no longer a challenge, but a universal standard that defines our behavior. Thank you once again for your participation, your hard work, and your unwavering dedication. I look forward to continuing our collective journey towards a prosperous and safer food future. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Oh my word, that was a powerful statement filled with gratitude. She has reminded us the slogan of MEPST, where they tell us that food safety is everyone's business. And if it's not safe, I can't hear you. If it's not safe, it is not food. She has also reminded us that they piloted, and thank you to the counties because they allowed them to pilot wet markets in their counties, where they are also looking at management of waste, but not just looking at it, they are also taking up something we call the circular economy, which reminded me that waste is not waste until you waste it. So there is no waste. It is we that make it waste. So, whatever we waste is billions of shillings and good things. She's also reminded us of the complexities that are involved in food safety, such as climate change, which is a reality, which is something that we cannot do anything about. It is here with us, right? And this is one of the complexities. But she's also telling us that you're not going to shy away because of these complexities. We're not going to say, oh, there is climate change, oh, there is change of government, so we're not going to work and we're going to hide. No, we have gone out and faced food safety with all these challenges. And then she has said, yes, we are coming to the end, but this is a new dawn. It's a new beginning. It's a beautiful place to be. And she's ended by thanking all the people that made it possible. And I want to pick it up from there and acknowledge specific groups of people, starting with the government of Kenya, and particularly, let me take that back and thank the Board of Trustee and leadership, the MEST Board of Trustees, led by the visionary leadership of the Chair, Mr. Noah Meli, who are deeply grateful. We are deeply grateful for your guidance and unwavering support. Also, a special thanks to Madam CEO. I see why this organization is a success, just from the way you delivered your speech and the areas it touched on. Thank you very much, Madam CEO. Government representatives, to the County Executive Committee members, CECMs, are there any that are present here today? Please stand up, and we want to appreciate you for the good work that you have done. Your collaboration has been invaluable in driving forward the objectives of this program. Thank you very, very much. I know the staff have been recognized, but I want to appreciate you one more time. Thank you very much for your dedication to this program. The success of this program could not have been realized without your hard work, your dedication, and your never dying spirit. So we thank you sincerely. And special mention to the Agrifi team, ably led by Godfrey. I listened to the CEO speaking about you, and I said, I'm glad our paths have crossed, because we learn every day, right? So thank you very, very much. To the partners, the agricultural, technical, and vocational education training partners who are here today, please stand up. We want to appreciate you in a very, very special way. Representatives from ATVET, please stand up. We want to appreciate you. Tusimame tafadhali na tuwapigie makofi. Thank you very, very much. Do you have trainers of trainers? Thank you for empowering stakeholders with the skills. Do you have any present here today? Any trainers of trainers? Any trainers of trainers? Thank you very, very much. We truly appreciate you. A special recognition to our CBET partners for supporting competency-based training that aligns with market needs. Do we have them present today? Any representatives? Please stand up so that we appreciate you. Either way, we will appreciate them in their absentia. Can we clap for them? To the like-minded partners that align with market needs, thank you for to the like-minded partners who have walked this journey with us. Your collaboration has been instrumental in achieving our goals. Let us appreciate them, tafadhali. Apana, ai jamini, better clap than that. And at this point, dear ones, we're taking a short commercial break so that we take tea. I know some of you woke up very early to be here. And we thank you sincerely. The meat is coming. Let me tell you what is in the program, even as we break, so that we take our tea very fast and come back. So after this, remember, Madam CEO has told us that the chief guest is Bonus PS, but we also have His Excellency Deputy Governor Ayub of Kakamega, and we also have PS Dr. Juma joining us. After that, we will have remarks from Bona Godfrey, and then we'll also have presentation of the end of program evaluation. This is the real meat of today's event. What have we achieved? What have we done? What are the milestones? What are the lessons that we have learned, that we have picked up? And maybe what can we do better, right? So let us break for tea. We will have the music or the videos playing, and then we come back very, very quickly. We have 25 minutes and 5 minutes for settling down. So let us utilize our time very, very well. Our tea is outside. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Asanteni sana.
The role of the County Food Safety Coordination Committee is basically to coordinate matters food safety in any setup. There are several government agencies that handle matters food safety. So the main purpose of this outfit we are calling the County Food Safety Coordination Committee is purely to coordinate these agencies so that we can have one kind of concerted approach towards matters food safety. Besides that, we have other roles that this County Food Safety Coordination Committee plays towards addressing matters food safety in the counties. One, of course, is to ensure that there are adequate legislations at the county level to address matters food safety. Secondly, is actually to ensure that this committee is well resourced to ensure that all the activities are carried out seamlessly. Another key function of the County Food Safety Coordination Committee is, of course, to educate or to train the public on matters food safety and technologies related to food safety in those particular counties.
The Meru County through the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, but also other departments involved, partnered with the MES through the Agrifi Programme in various activities. And part of those activities is the development of food safety policy, which culminated to development of food safety bill, formation of food safety technical committee, training of food safety inspectors, and a lot of many other activities.
The role of the food safety committee is to ensure that what we consume from the farm produce to what we consume at in the plate is safe for human consumption. Previously, we never had the food safety committee, but with the partnership with the Agrifi, we have been able to form and train the committee on food safety, and we really appreciate the partnership that we got from Agrifi. We have been able to develop an action plan which we are working towards implementing, and this committee is quite functional. We have what we call a Meru County Public Health Laboratory, which is essentially a food laboratory. We carry out several tests in that laboratory. Mostly we do aflatoxin tests. This food laboratory is supposed to carry out tests, chemical analysis tests, soil analysis tests, microbiology tests, and such. In the county, we found out that this problem of food safety cannot be dealt by only one department. Now we formed a multi-departmental group. We are all team whereby we've been meeting, trying to come up with the way forward for this lab. Currently, we are testing aflatoxin in series. We normally get our samples from the field. That is surveillance purposes only. When it comes, it is received. Then if it's in a whole form or in a whole cereal, we grind, then we run. We extract the aflatoxin using the 65% ethanol. But we are hoping to expand the scope. That's why we incorporated other departments, so that we have a ATVET person, then the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water. So we are a large group.
Of the individual is not only found under the Department of Health. There are so many other places. Department, what we sell, what we eat, the water that we consume, the sanitation component is also part of the health of the human being. The environment that we live in, the rest of the chemicals that are in our food. So this committee brings together all the players.
MES through Agrifi partnered with Meru County in developing food safety policy, because there was a need to develop a policy on food safety. And the food safety passed through the cabinet, and then there arose a need whereby a food safety bill was required. They again partnered in developing food safety bill, and the food safety bill is again going through the process. It's going to be presented in the cabinet, and the government is keen on making sure the food safety bill actually becomes law because one of the proposals in the policy is or rather setting up a fund to support the food safety technical committee, because right now there is no source of income for the committee and doesn't have any direct source of funds.
The fact that we worked very closely with county governments, and the fact that now we have a county food safety coordination committee at each of the county governments presents a very good framework for continuity of the activities that have been initiated by the program. The county government has fully embraced the food safety agenda. They appreciate the capacity and knowledge they have acquired through the program, and they are ready to take the agenda forward. They have established a food safety surveillance mechanism at the county level that is fully managed and controlled by the county government and the competent authorities. So we don't see this backtracking. So we are really looking forward to the continuity of this moving forward. Agrifi is an EU-funded program through the Republic of Denmark here in Nairobi, and the program was initiated in 2018. The program focuses on building the capacities of value chain actors in food safety, and it works in 13 counties, where we endeavored to work with training institutions by ensuring that we deliver on skills and knowledge around food safety, ensuring that the training curriculums in dairy, horticulture, and aquaculture have mainstreamed food safety within them, so that all the trainings delivered across these commodities can be able to deliver on food safety and standards.
We identified Mabanga ATC as one of the 13 ATVET centers that we are working with in effort to train or to build the capacity of farmers using the ATVET model. So we partnered with TVETA on this, and the institution was accredited to offer a number of courses in the agriculture's value chains, and that was successfully done at Mabanga. And then for also that to happen effectively, then there was need to train a few trainers on pedagogy. And therefore, Mabanga ATC has been supported. 4 of the trainers are currently almost concluding training on pedagogy. And these are key resources that will help in the rollout of competency-based education and training. And at the same time, to be able to roll out the trainings, we piloted with some 50 trainees, and that is how now Mabanga has been able to cumulatively train a total of 173 students under the CBET program.
We are pleased to have had an opportunity to collaborate and partner with MESP since the inception in 2018, and it was on competitive terms where the county, through the CCM, brought a proposal indicating what we can partner on. For the last 4 or 5 years, because I remember we initiated the process of collaborating at this level, especially in the running of our introduction of TVET on vocational trainings in the ATC somewhere in 2019. But in 2021, we were supported by MESP and Agrifi to do renovation of my office or principal's office, and also we received a number of support in terms of computers, precisely 20 desktops, and also the setup Wi-Fi in the ATC, plus other amenities and accessories that support training. When we started collaborating with the MESP, it came to us that it is important for us to use accredited curriculums, which are certified by TVETA and CEDA. And based on our capacity in terms of trainers and facilities, we were accredited to train in 4 areas. One was aquaculture, we have dairy, we have horticulture, we have soil and water management, and poultry. When we began collaboration with the MESP, we were very now keen on the recruitment and mobilization of the trainees. In the first cohort, we managed to train 79 on poultry and horticulture, which they successfully completed the training. They were assessed and they were certified competent. In the second cohort, we trained 17, we trained 20, we trained 15. Those were specifically for poultry. Our infrastructure in terms of buildings were really dilapidated. And one of the interventions was to work around modernizing and making them deliver on trainings. So there was the issue of improving the infrastructure in classrooms. There was need to have the whiteboards, the need to have projectors, modern equipment, the need to have the floors redone, painting, etc., etc. And so we did the improvement of the classrooms. They were painted, they were redone.
The program has partnered with Mabanga ATC to have an online presence, and we are working to develop a website for the institution with support from partners and with investment from the county government of Bungoma. And for that to happen, once we have a website, then we have an opportunity to have online courses happening, and the program is already working on digitizing some of those training modules that we've supported, and that Mabanga can be able to offer online trainings here at the institution.
Vile nimaliza shule nilikuwa natafuta
Mimi ni mwanafunzi wa Mabanga ATC. Before nikuje ni join hapa Mabanga ATC, mimi nilikuwa tu mkulima wa kujaribu kuvuka kuku za kienyeji. Venye nilijoin hapa, nikafunzwa, nikapewa certificate zangu, nikagain more skills, nikaenda nikaevaluate kwa ground. Kwa miezi 3 sasa hii nimekuwa na kuku almost 256 sold all of them. Niko na vifaranga wa 3 weeks, niko na kuku za 2 months, na niko na layers zenye zinaniakulia mayai nikifanya selling. Sasa nimesha apply mahali kwa shamba na malizia kulipa mdogo mdogo. Maisha yangu nimeona imebadilika, na appreciate sana waliotusimamia tukasoma, na kwa walimu wetu pia walikuwa so friendly to us.
We did 2 key things as a program. One was to review the curricula from level 3 to level 6 to incorporate matters food safety. This review was done by industry experts in partnership with the program and of course with the guidance of ATVET CDAC. ATVET CDAC basically is concerned with development and certification of the curriculum. So they were very instrumental while we are doing curricular review. What we did was to ensure that matters food safety was strongly streamlined in those curriculum, and it was very critical. Number 2 is by ensuring that the students who are registered or who have enrolled in those TVET institutions are properly trained. So their work basically is to ensure that they assess the students, they examine the students or the trainees, and finally they certify them so that when they go outside their certification is actually recognized even by the government, and from there the trainees can progress to the next level. At TVET Authority, it has got quite a number of functions, but with respect to the program, I want to say they supported us to accredit the institutions or the 13 ATVET centers that we are working with. It started with inspection, licensing, and then finally accreditation. So as we speak now, the ATCs are now able to offer seedbed courses. ATVET has been very instrumental also in ensuring quality of trainings in those particular institutions. As we speak currently, we have at least 4 ATVET centers rolling out seedbed courses in different value chains. So we really want to appreciate their support.
The ATVET model, the way it was constructed, was to bring this training institution because one of the key model of Agrifi is skills development. And in skills development, ATVET is key. And the ATVET is a new concept that we are introducing in agriculture to focus on competency-based education and training. And to be able to achieve that, you needed some level of legal framework. And by so doing, we were able to develop quite a number of legislative pieces. One was the ATVET policy, and 2 was the ATVET bill.
We identified agricultural training centers where we have worked very closely with those training centers to establish a training mechanism that is competency-based, very practical, whereby trainers are trained on very practical skills around food safety. The program has also been very instrumental in reviewing the training curricula through TVET, CDAC, and the approval process through TVET, CDAC has been very instrumental in making sure that now our agricultural training centers have a harmonized training curriculum that they can be able to use to deliver training to value chain actors in horticulture, in dairy, and in aquaculture. The program has contributed towards infrastructure development of the training centers. We've had different classrooms being renovated to really provide a conducive learning environment for the learners. We also have all these centers now with access to internet, and they're able to now access training through technology, for example. And we are currently now ensuring that the curriculum that has been revised has been digitized, so that beyond physical trainings, the agricultural training centers can also deliver training virtually.
The partnership with the MESEP Agrifi started with 2019, and with it came with quite a number of fruits to the institution and to the Meru community. I would say one of the fruits that came with that is Kakuru as a sender having a board of management. So as we talk now, we have a full board for the Kakuru ATVET Center. Generally, we have had some positive changes, or some positive impacts, I would say. Sender was mandated to have her own procurement unit. We'll have another thing is the financial management issues. The Act enabled the Sender to have her own accounts. Another activity that the partnership brought on board is the renovation or infrastructure development, generally the renovations and the equipping of the facilities. One, the training halls. I will say that there was a general hike in the numbers, a general improvement in the numbers of the trainees compared to what we had the previous year. I will say the numbers have been swelling. We find that in a year they might come around thrice. Like now the session, now they have a May, August session. Then we are having another session in September to October. Through the partnership, we had the development of the business plan. In fact, we have one currently. It was the Kakuru Aquaculture Training Center business plan. Through that business plan, we have already started commercializing some of our enterprises. One is the banana, another one is the dairy, and then the youngest of all is the aquaculture. I would say there has been a short period, but a lot. We are proud of a lot arising from the partnership.
We can start coming back, please. Tuanze kurudi for the next exciting session. Tuanze kurudi. We can start going
KEFIS
back.
plays a very critical role
Tuanze kurudi.
in terms of ensuring that
A little bird is
the
telling me
seed
that it will be
food
funner
that eventually end up into
than
our
the
table
other one.
is safe, for our
Let's start
consumption.
getting back.
We've done this with quite a number of investments.
Feel free
We've
to
done
come with your
capacity
tea if you
building
haven't
of the Central
finished.
Competent Authority. We've retooled them in terms of the new
Let us
food
come
and feed
back.
inspection philosophy. We've trained them in 10 principles of inspection. We've also trained them in multi-annual national control plan. This is a plan that brings together all the agencies and help them to coordinate among themselves. Among the last bits that we supported so that the farmers can continue benefiting was the LIMS. LIMS simply means Laboratory Information Management System. We dubbed this KEFIS Laboratory Information Management System. It's purely a system to effect efficiency and effectiveness. Through this system, we are able to reduce manual system that KEFIS and their clients went through almost 11 different processes. And just through a touch of a button, you are able to reduce that. You're able to reduce things like sample loss. You're able to reduce, things like delays, the integrity of even handling all those processes. So this is a system that will have great impact not only to KEFIS, but the country as a whole. And it has a way of even bringing in a lot of revenue to the institution. I believe in information management system reduces also corruption and a lot of brinkmanship. And being one of the premier agency in the plant health, it was very imperative that we build their systems to bolster the food control mechanism in the country and through also the counties.
As part of our mandate, KEFIS through the labs, we support administration and enforcement of food safety measures. It monitors the quality and levels of toxic residues in agro inputs, water, irrigation water, plant, soil, and plant produce. The Agrifi Food Safety Programme, the Food Safety Systems for Value Chain Competitiveness Program, has assisted KEFIS immensely in the implementation of its mandate as regards to our lab.
MESEPT intervention was really timely because I think before they came in, we were operating a manual system. Now, the lab is accredited to ISO 14025 2017 standard, which is basically on general requirements on competence of testing labs. And one of the requirements of that standard is, we need to implement a lab information management system. This system could be either manual or digital. One of the key strategic objectives of KEFIS and also, the chemistry lab department is process re-engineering or digitization of our processes. And therefore, the digital laboratory information management system that, MESEPT supported the lab is really going a long way.
So I'm looking for
making sure that we digitize our processes right from the sample receptions all the way to the reporting of the results.
I'm looking for dancers. The last shall dance. The last person shall entertain us. I hope you have CISOs. Lunch. The last shall dance. I can already see my dancers. I can already see my dancers. I hope they have CISO skirts. I hope they have CISO skirts. Yes, we have entertainment, free entertainment, which is very rare. Free entertainment. We're about to start the next session. Please prepare your thoughts because soon and very soon you will be telling us what is standing out for you so far. Dancers nawaona sana, sana, sana. And they will dance to the slogan that food safety is everyone's business. And if it is not safe, then it is not food. So I don't know how you're going to dance to that. But please know you shall dance. You'll give us the rhythm, the song. Sasa hata ni fine. I can see people standing near the door, but they are not coming in. Let us come in so that we are done in good time. Please come in. Thank you very much. I usually have a bell, and I forgot it today, which was very wrong. I ring it until we all come back. Do we have farmers in the house? I'm a farmer, but not a certified farmer. In fact, I am wondering if we can rewind so that I become a beneficiary of the program. Do we have any farmers in the house? Wakulima. Do we have farmers in the house? I can see them. Ni watatu peke yake plus, oh, okay. I can see the farmers. I was going to be heartbroken. Mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. How are you feeling? Are you happy? Are you excited? Are you hopeful? Now we are getting into the real meat of the program, and we'll be starting in a few minutes. Just give me a few minutes and then we start. Asanteni sana for your patience.
Stakeholders, and to really have concerted efforts towards addressing food safety in Kenya. We have been able to identify different stakeholders, different competent authorities, and the ability to really garner the county governments on the agenda of food safety in Kenya has been outstanding. I'm also very proud of the partnership we've had with KEFIS and the establishment of the Laboratory Information Management System at the institution that has created efficiencies in sampling and testing of samples delivered at the institution. We still look forward to driving the agenda on food safety, agricultural productivity. So the Agrifi program has been very instrumental in ensuring that capacities of different value chain actors have been built, but also ensuring that the county governments have the necessary policy mechanism to drive food safety at county level.
Agrifi Programme simply means Agriculture Financing Initiative. It's a program conceived by European Union. Mainly, it's a market systems enhancement program. We came up with the ATVET model, and the ATVET model encompassed four cardinal things. One is the curricular review to ensure that we have a standard curricula. When you have a farmer being trained in Wajir and you have a farmer being trained in Migori, they receive virtually the same form of training. And then two, we had to ensure that the institutionalization of that curricula, you have an institution that can roll out that curricula. And we selected a number of agricultural training institutions that we supported be able to meet the ATVET status. We also ensured there is proper regulation for those ATVET centers. We ensured that those ATVET centers do not work in isolation, because many times we've had a situation where people are trained in the institution, but when they go to industry, they don't fit in. They have to be retrained. So we ensure that there's a strong linkage between the...
Good morning. Good morning. You know, before we had our break, our tea break, tungesema ni chai, ndio hatukuwa tumekunywa. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am pleased to announce that our chief guest is in the house. Our able PS, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Dr. Juma Mhwana. Tumpigie makofi ya kilo. Thank you very much, sir. We recognize you. In terms of acknowledgement, I save the best for last. Allow me to acknowledge the central competent authorities. These are KDB, KEFIS, KEFS, KEBS, TVE, TA, TVET, CDACC, DVS, Ministry of Health, PCPB, HCD, AFFA. I recognize you and we thank you for your continued support. This program would not be what it is today without your help. I also would like to recognize Apana. Please stand up, we clap for you in a meaningful way. Please stand up, we would want to clap for you in a meaningful way because of the contribution you have made in the last 7 years. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Thank you very, very much. We recognize and appreciate you. Next, we'd like to appreciate the farmers in the house. Do we have farmers in the house? Please stand up. Pia mimi ni mkulima, najivunia kuwa mkulima. We appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. And last but not least, we recognize the private sector, the private sector-led farms. Do we have any representatives in the house? Please stand up and we would like to appreciate you. Thank you very, very, very much. We are talking about public-private partnership and we know the role it has played in this program. Moving on to the chief guest, I would like to ask and humbly request Madam CEO to come and invite the chief guest for us. Makofi as she comes.
Thank you. Thank you. As earlier mentioned, we're very greatly honored to have been joined by our PS Trade, Dr. Juma Mhwana, and I'd like to take this opportunity to really welcome him here to speak to us and to really share his remarks with us. Daktari, we are highly privileged in this particular forum. We have different representations from 13 counties where the Agrifi Food Safety Program has been operating. We have representation from, we have CCMs, we have chief officers, we have technical staff, mostly directors, who have been focal point persons that have worked very closely with the program. We also have private sector lead farms. These are private companies that have been working very closely with their respective county governments and the agricultural training centers to deliver training for value chain actors at the county level. We also have representation from associations, and you're sitting close to Agatha, who is the lead of ASNET, the Agriculture Sector Network, and also other associations in the room. And therefore, I want to just take this opportunity to really welcome you, feel appreciated. We are really, really humbled to have you. Thank you so much, and please may you come to the fore so that you can be able to speak to us. Thank you.
Asante sana. Yeah, my colleagues, and I see many in the room, many of you who know this is really, although I'm in industry, this is really where I belong. So I want to recognize the presence of the Deputy Governor, my friend Ayub Sabula. Sijamuona, but naona jina iko hapa. County Executive Committee members, the Board of Trustees of MESPT, the CEO, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, as I said, my name is Juma Mhwana, the PS for Industry. And earlier in my life, I had wanted to be a veterinarian. That is where I wanted to be. And I made the decision to be a veterinarian when I was a very young person. I think it was hardly 10 years. And I told my mother that I was going to be a veterinarian. And there were circumstances that led to that decision. That decision had been made because my father, as I always say, lived ahead of his time. So as early as the 1950s and 1960s, he decided to take a loan from then AFC, Agricultural Finance Corporation, 10,000 shillings, to buy 10 cows, dairy cows, Ushers and Frisians. And clearly he was not ready for them. So then I think what we call East Coast fever then, nobody knew what it was. So these cows were giving us a lot of milk, but they were also dying. So they would die, and when they die, my mother would cry. So I told her one of those days that, Mami, when I grow up, because we used to, when the animals were sick, we come from Bungoma, so we would send for the veterinarian. I was a Mzungu based in Kakamega. So we would send a word that the cows were sick, and usually this Mzungu will take 3 to 4 days to arrive. So many times he arrived when the cows had already died. And so one by one, we lost all the 10 cows. But before we exhausted all of them, I told my mother, when I grow up, I'll be a veterinarian so that I help solve this problem. Unfortunately, when I became a veterinarian, the cows were all gone. So there were no cows to treat. The only thing that had multiplied was the 10,000 loan, the Kenya shillings loan, had now become 300,000 shillings. So I had a different problem. Now my father wanted me to help me to pay the loan, there were no cows to treat. And so I remember this AFC truck, there were no vehicles that time. So every 1 month, they would come round. There was only one vehicle. We had no other vehicles. So every time we had the vehicle, we knew that was AFC coming to look for their money, and we will all dash into the banana plantations. That is how farming was. So ladies and gentlemen, as we convene here, let me take note of the work and the development partners have done in Kenya, especially to complement government efforts. As we all know, food safety is a global problem that affects different countries differently. An estimated 600 million people, almost 1 in every 10 in the world, fall sick after eating contaminated food, and nearly 400,000 die every year, resulting in a loss of about 33 million healthy life years, according to the FAO. This is largely attributed to physical, chemical, and of course biological hazards and contaminants. I think when we talk about food safety and food poisoning, it may look very distant, but as a person, and as many of you know, one of the areas, because Kenyans, this is the parting season, we are all going for funerals, we are all going for weddings, and I think that we are all aware that 1 in every two weddings that you attend, you will end up with food poisoning. In fact, one of the areas I've been talking to the counties and wondering what happened. Personally, I stopped eating food at funerals and at weddings because you can be sure about one thing, that you are going to end up with food poisoning. And I know that in the past, we had a very robust system that was run by the public health, where we made sure the hotels were properly accredited, they were supervised, the workers were screened medically. And the challenge that you have now is, so we have those stringent rules for hotels. If you have to employ workers, they have to be tested for whether they are healthy to make food, and they have to make sure they are putting on the right gear when they are cooking. But now you go to the villages, and every women group has a tent, they have chairs, and they have sufurias. So who is accrediting these people to cook? Why do we think that we should accredit the hotels are not the people who are cooking at the funerals, are not the people who are cooking in the weddings, because I see a lot of challenge in that space. And because we have CECs here, maybe you are not in charge of health, I think that there's nothing wrong with having groups of women cooking in our funerals, but I think that it's important that the same health standards that we maintain for hotels, if we are cooking for the public, if we are cooking for large numbers of people, surely there must be a way in which we are going to control that exercise, because I realize that there is a loophole there, and a lot of people are suffering quietly. I think the only time it comes to the news is when 1 or 2 people who have been poisoned die. But many people go away with diarrhea, and nobody talks about it. So I think that that is an area, as we strengthen our regulation on that area of food safety, I think we need to rethink the way we are preparing food, the way we are decentralizing cooking, the way many people are getting involved, and what we as counties are doing to actually do that. So as we've said, foodborne diseases then impede socioeconomic development by straining healthcare systems and harming national economies, tourism, and trade. You don't want to be a tourist in a hotel where you have paid to have food that then ends up poisoning you. The people who are suffering after attending a wedding will take 1 or 2 days not functioning, not doing their work because they are sick, and I think that is an area that we need to look at. Therefore, with the global food security problem, there's always the tendency to focus on quantity and compromise safety. I know that every time we talk about how many bags of maize we have produced, how many bags of wheat, how many liters of milk we have produced, but then we also need to look at the issue of, like I think there was a survey that was done, and we are all parents here, and I think it was done by KEPS. They went around our schools and sampled maize that is being kept by the schools to cook for our children, especially in boarding schools, primary and secondary schools. And one of the things that was very alarming is the levels of aflatoxin in that maize. So you can imagine these are our young kids, the maize that is being stored, the moisture content, and if we are feeding, so I really want to ask the CECs that are here, you really don't have to wait for KEPS. You have high schools, you have secondary schools, you have primary schools that have boarding facilities. I think it is incumbent on us to find out that maize that they are feeding our kids, that beans that they are keeping, is it of the right quality? Not just by counting how many weevils, because I know that one, there are enough weevils in the maize, but how is the aflatoxin content? Because as we know, aflatoxin is carcinogenic, and I think that in a very, very, very practical way, we need to have a robust program to say every 3 months we will ask KEPS or any other agency to come and sample and give us results as counties. How is that maize? How is these beans? So that we really make, I don't want to us to remain theoretical, because Kenyans, we are very good at making good documents. So we'll do good legislations, we'll pass good laws, but then implementation becomes a problem. So what I'm trying to do here is to take you directly to where the practicability of these issues are. That we are all sitting with schools, we are sitting with women groups that are cooking. We really need to apply the rules that we have developed out of this project to solve real life problems. And I've addressed the issue of cooking, especially outside the hotels. Even the hotels, I don't think that we are keeping the same standard that we used to do. Inspecting, ensuring that their waste management, whatever waste is being produced in that kitchen, where is it being dumped? How are you controlling flies? How are we controlling, so even in some hotels, bed bugs, that is the work of public health. So really, rat control and all these things. So that really what I want to say, it is good we have worked here for 7 years. We have produced a lot of documents. We are celebrating that success, but that success will not make sense if it remains in beautiful papers. So it's incumbent upon each county to really take those documents and say, what does it mean for food safety for my county? Because that is where the rubber meets the road. So we really need a robust training, capacity building program. We need public awareness. We need surveillance where we are sure that the food that is being served in all our hotels within our counties, in our schools for our kids is safe. And we already have the documents that we need. So we really need to move forward in that process. It's important to note that for the success of food safety program, the private sector needs to play a role, and I've already indicated that. But then we must also play our regulatory role. Because as private sector, I am here to maximize my profits. If nobody's bothered, I will not bother. So it's really up to us, and these functions are largely devolved, that we are able to take up that idea and make it really practical. This is the model adopted by Denmark through the Agricultural Technical Education and Training, ATVET. And I remember when I was at the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, where I was a CEO, we were able to accredit a number of these ATVET programs that were being offered at several TVET institutions. Through these models, the responsibility of food business operators need to be emphasized. As a first step, it's worth noting food and feed safety bill, partly supported by Denmark, is currently awaiting parliamentary enactment, and I think it's important that we do that. Something that we really need to finish off. I know that the government has also been providing some dryers for grain. Within the counties, from the ministry where I sit, we are also building what we are calling county aggregation and industrial parks. We know that our smallholder farmers are many and small, and many of them will not access drying, cleaning equipment. And our idea of the county aggregation and industrial parks, which we are now building in 19 counties, is for farmers' produce to be put together, to be aggregated, to be value added, to be cleaned, to be dried to the right moisture content, to be stored properly, so that we are avoiding both insect damage and also aflatoxins and things like that. I equally want to salute the EU and Danita for the partnership that they have had with the government of Kenya throughout this program. I'm aware that this program has had robust engagement with both the national government and 13 counties. Particularly, I am happy that my Ministry of Trade has played a catalytic role in shaping the outcomes that we celebrate here today. I am happy to note that through KEPS and alongside other regulatory agencies, Agrifi was able to achieve demonstrable outcomes in Kenya, among them strengthening the national and county-based regulatory institutions to support food safety enforcement and standards management. And as I've indicated, it will be important that the documents that we produce then hit the road to where they are supposed to be, that they really help us to improve our regulations, to improve our surveillance, to improve the safety of our people, so that then we will minimize even the number of sick people that end up in our hospitals if we are able to prevent that through good food safety measures. Among them, strengthening national, I think I've said that. In a special way, I want to recognize agencies such as Public Health, KEFIS, Pest Control Products Board, Kenya Fisheries, Directorate of Veterinary Services, Kenya Dairy Board, Horticultural Crops Development Authority, CALRO, among others. And we celebrate this program today because it's among a few initiatives in Kenya that have invested significantly in setting up both national and county-based food safety coordination committees, training of inspectors, and development of the food safety policies. Through the county departments of trade, the program piloted the wet market concept, where the focus was to improve infrastructure to address sanitary and hygiene challenges, management and ownership of this market through policy and waste management interventions. So the issue of waste management, again, if we look at our markets, many of us who go to buy horticultural produce, we have issues there. So you have a market, our mothers, our sisters are selling food. We do know that a lot of that food will go to waste. So what we find is near each of those marketing centers is a heap of food waste. So, and that heap is breeding flies, maggots, whatever else you want to talk about. I think that even as a foreigner in this country, if I want to buy food and the first thing I meet at this stall is a big heap of waste, which can be decomposed, which can be turned into manure, even through self-help initiatives. So part of what we are doing here, government will have a role. I think like waste management in our shopping malls, especially where we sell food, that is something that we can allow CBOs to use that waste to make compost, to do organic farming, so that we can support each other. And that is something that even as counties we can support, so that really when you go to our markets, you get a clean environment. There's no way you're going to buy fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, and what you meet at the entry of that store is a horde of flies. So that is something that as we celebrate these key milestones and accomplishments through this partnership, I wish to congratulate all the partners. Again, I've said the Danida and the EU, and we really want to talk about this because agriculture is fully developed. Public health is devolved. We are the ones licensing the selling of food, and I think in the past when we had the nylon papers, the polythene papers, there was a lot of, you could see when you looked at our environment, we saw a lot of dirty environment that was full of polythene papers. I think that we have resolved. The challenge, as I say now, is some of these things that we are, and even dustbins. As we talk about food safety, I think that I know that the national regulations on separation of waste has already been passed. I think that we need to provide dustbins, even as counties, in the hospitals, because some of that waste is really dangerous. In these shopping centers, I think it makes a lot of sense. And then clearing these heaps of waste that then come up, there must be a collection system, because we can't talk about food safety without environmental safety. So if we really use these regulations, these policies that we have developed, I think that we can make a lot of progress. As I conclude, I want to thank all the stakeholders, in particular your leadership, the Council of Governors, and regulatory agencies that are with us here today for the commitment towards creating long-term impact to the people of Kenya through this food safety program. It's my hope that the end of this Agrifi program will be the beginning of a new one to continue strengthening our food and feed safety. So when I was talking to Agatha and the CEO and they were talking about the end of the program, I said it should be the beginning. Because I come to counties, I live in the counties, and as you have noted from my speech, we cannot be talking about the end of a program if our markets are still looking the way they look. If we are still cooking in the funerals and weddings the way we are cooking. If our school food is looking the way it's looking. So for me, with or without donor funding, this is really the beginning. We have understood the issue. Maybe we didn't have a proper policy framework. Maybe we didn't have a proper regulatory framework. So for me, putting together a proper regulatory framework is the beginning. The real success of this project will be tested by how we then implement this to improve the areas that I've mentioned and other areas that I may not have mentioned. So with those many remarks, I want to thank you for listening and for coming for this workshop. I thank you.
Surely, that is not a befitting clap. Jameni, let us rise and appreciate our chief guest, tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you very, very much, Bwana Pierce. Thank you very much. We may take our seats. I think listening to him, I've remembered the time I visited a neighboring landlocked country. Na ni karibu nikaona binguni. For 3 weeks, because of eating fish, I could not function. Lazima ningewekwa maji kwa mkono. It was that bad. Sasa nikakumbuka, this is a landlocked country. Do they even have fish? Maybe it is imported and frozen for years. And then it is packed and served. And it has made me think about this slogan. Food safety. We have to be louder because we have to believe this statement. Food safety. Food safety. And if it's not safe, Yes, and then he also reminded us of the children we have lost in schools. We have lost very many children because of aflatoxins, right? And that is why that statement is extremely important. And listening to him, I've also remembered that previously we were focusing on the quantity of food we are producing, right? But what must we do going forward? We must look at the quality and the safety of our food. That has to be our priority. And we must hold each other accountable to this. Who are the people cooking? When you go to an event or when you have an event, are you asking the person who is coming to offer these services whether they are certified to be producing this, to be cooking this food? Are we asking? Or do we see meat, chicken and run? Haven't we lost people at weddings? Tunasikia watu wameaga. Do you see how serious it is? And you might say, this is not my business, but it affects all of us because we don't live in isolation, right? He also talked about the role of central competent authorities, and he's proposing that every 3 months there needs to be, the authorities need to come and check our food. He's also about new beginning, and the CEO talked about this as well. Yes, this is the closeout workshop, but it's also a beginning. The beginning where we are not going to put the research that has gone into this project into a closet somewhere to semange tulifanya research. He's encouraging us that the new beginning is the implementation of the research and finding that has gone into this project. And finally, private sector. He's talked about the role of private sector, but we must also remember to be accountable. That yes, private sector is playing a very critical role, but even as it plays this critical role, we must remember to be accountable. And who are the people who are holding private sector accountable? It is all of us, because we are consumers of private sector. So food safety is? No. We agreed that this is our meeting and you're all participating. Private sector is? Oh, sorry. Food sector, okay, thank you. Food security is? We have to be louder than that. Food safety is? Thank you very, very much. The next session is Godfrey, but I think he has stepped up. And as we wait for him, I would want to also encourage you to, anybody with a comment or reaction, feel free to share. Yes, madam. Let me come down.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Monica Feather. I'm currently the CEC member for Trade, Energy and Industrialization. I was formerly the CEC member for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Irrigation, Bungoma County. I really want to thank Dr. Mhwana, the PS, for his very, very insightful remarks about this issue of food safety. So I happen to be teaching food safety in one of the universities on part-time. I do some online classes. So this issue of food safety is very, very pertinent, and it is actually an issue that we need to embrace very, very much. And as the PS said, we should not be talking about the end of a program, because we really now need to embrace all the policies that we have put in place to ensure that we implement them. So implementation is about starting a program and not ending the program. So I just wanted to mention to the PS that there are so many initiatives that have been put in place to ensure that food is safe. Like in Bungoma, sometime last year, we had an organization called Trademark that purchased what we call an aflatoxin decontaminator. It is at the NCPB Bungoma. So as we talk about this issue of aflatoxin maybe affecting most of the maize that is stocked in our schools, let there be a policy. Maybe you can, I don't know, we have food safety regulations, and that is why we have even like the KEBS. So if we could ensure that all the maize that is stocked in schools, for consumption by the students can be decontaminated. Actually, it can be enforced so that because they usually buy this maize in bulk, it can be taken to the NCPB. Through that, that machine uses a technology called ozone, and it can actually be able to decontaminate the maize in a very short time. So all this maize can be passed through that decontaminator so that our children are consuming very safe maize. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Makofi sana. And Trademark is one of the like-minded partners who supported this program and ensured its success. And what I love about Agrifi is that it's such, you can see the success, the results are tangible for all to see. And also celebrate you because she's a woman. I personally appreciate and celebrate women in leadership because I know it is not easy for them to ascend. And she's also a doctorate. Getting a doctorate is not easy. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Now to the real meat of the program, the high-level Agrifi program results by Mr. Godfrey Nyangori. Karibu sana sir. Makofi as he comes tafadhali.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Juma, the PS for Trade and Industry, as he leaves. I think my work is to, and thank you for gracing this occasion. My work is to just take us back. Is just to give an overview of where we started, to be able to explain the problems we are solving, and a few just high-level results that we've been able to achieve together, and what next after this. So I'll quickly, I have a slide that should not be able to take me more than 20 minutes. So I think as many speakers before me have already alluded, this is a program that is coming to an end, but this is not working. Okay. So that's my small report, and those are just outline. I don't think I need to belabor to, you can quickly read through. We are there. Now, you know, a project or a program exists to solve a problem. And this Agrifi Food Safety Program was built to address the following 5 key problems. One of the problem was the issue of skill set gap among value chain actors, which has affected the competitiveness of our value chain. And this is attested to sometimes how our products are rejected even in the international markets. The lack of coordination and harmony in dissemination of required skills and knowledge. And you can attest to this. I think in the agriculture sector is where anybody can become a teacher. You feel you've been out in Matatu and you're tired, you go back and start doing a small farm, and everybody coming to your farm, you become a teacher. So you were trying to address that. Food safety regulation has been perceived as a sole responsibility for the regulators. So the food business operator were playing very minimal role. And now with the slogan that food safety is everyone's business, we shift that responsibility back to the food business operators. And the problem of coordination between the 2 levels of government, because we have a system where since devolution, we have 2 levels of government, where agriculture, trade, and public health is devolved, and the regulator are largely national. So you find if there is no that connection, then you you lose out on many things. And then food safety has not been a priority in dissemination of skills and knowledge. And I think our MC was able to bring out this very, very eloquently. That I think for the longest hours was productivity, production, productivity. Nobody talked about food safety. So these are the problems this program was coming to solve. And to solve it, we came up with 2 key focus areas. One was capacity building of value chain actors through what we call now the ATVET model. And I think majority of us now are familiar with what the ATVET model is all about. And that focus was mainly on issues of coordination of skills and knowledge and dissemination of the same. And food safety, making sure that food safety is part and parcel of dissemination of skills and knowledge. And to be able to address that, this program focus was mainly on 3 value chains. That was dairy, aquaculture, and horticulture. And 2, we were able to focus on strengthening of value chain actors through the ATVET model, and I think some of you are now experts more than me. You can be able to explain that much, much better. And then the 3rd one was to be able to review a curricula that is standard, a curricula that can be anchored in all ATVET center, whether in Wajir, and I think that's the only thing that even counties that did not benefit from this program can benefit, because it's a public good. The other focus this program addressed was the capacity building of public and private sector on enforcement of food safety, plant and animal health regulation. And this is where we worked very closely with the county governments and the national government through the regulators to be able to address the issues we've talked about. And the issue we are addressing here mainly was food safety regulation, having been perceived as sole responsibility of the CCS or the regulators. And the other issue was the inadequate coordination of regulators and county government structures. So if you remember, we really did quite a lot of capacity building of government and private sector in enforcement of food safety. We also did a lot of private sector-led approaches, and here is where we were working with all Limuru Dairy, we worked with Meru Dairy Union, we worked with all those PSLF, Kamudanga Fish Farm, and because we wanted a private sector-led approach to this and facilitate coordination between the regulators and the county government on food safety regulation. Because what happened before, you would find a regulator going to a county, take data, come with it to Nairobi. Sometimes county don't know what they picked, and those data would be more useful when they are discussed at the county level. So this coordination and this linkage was very, very critical, so that whatever information that the national regulators are getting through the county food safety coordination committees, they could be able to discuss, and the 2 levels of government be able to work or interact to address the issues. So to be able to address this, we had key activities that this program focused on. One was curricular review, and today I'm happy that the team that midwifed this curricula is here, chaired by Onesimus Mwaniki from KEFIS. I think today we'll celebrate them. It took quite a lot to be able to come up with that curricula and mainstream food safety. And some of the industry players who took part in that are also here. And then the other focus was the strengthening of the ATVET Center, and then strengthening of the value chain actors and enhance market linkages. So on curricular review, at a very high level, we were able to review 4 curricula, mainly in those value chains that I'd mentioned. And this was under the TVET CDAC. TVET CDAC is the body that is mandated to review curricula. And once this curricula is developed, TVET CDAC work very closely with TVETA and Kenya National Qualification Agency, I think the one that the PS talked about. And then we also were able to develop 7 occupation and learning and training material that are now, sorry, can get some glass of water, that is now anchored at the various ATVET institutions. And as you can see, we have a photo there of the curricula being launched. I think this was launched by then PS and our CEO. The PS and PS Professor Kamandi Boga. And that was a very key milestone for this program. And then on strengthening of the ATVET centers, we have had quite a number of institutions being accredited. To be precise, 11 institutions are fully accredited. I know Kamweti is almost being accredited. I think it's just almost being accredited. So we'll have a total of 12 institutions fully accredited. Some water? Okay. And we also have 13 counties which have been supported with various kind of infrastructure to be able to make sure that the whole ATVET model, the way we had envisioned it, is able to operate. And to be able to make sure that the curricula doesn't just stay at the training institution, we work very closely with, I think, TVET CDAC again, and some private sector partner to be able to digitize the curricula. And to be able to do that, we did internet connectivity at those institutions. So you can see there is a photo of Kisi ATVET, where we developed a modern dairy unit to be able to provide what we call practical. Because the focus, the shift here was on competence-based education and training. Instead of just pumping knowledge, the shift was any farmer who works in that institution should be able to live out of that institution with some form of skills, knowledge, and also to be instilled right behavior, because where the rubber misses the road is when farmers are just, this issue of behavior. Farmers are having 2 sets of farm, one for commercial and one for local use. So those are some of the things that this program was able to do. The other was training of farmers. And in total, we were able to train 18,350 farmers across the 13 counties that we worked in. And to be able to make sure that food safety is a culture, we selected 3,000 who we were able to train a little bit more strongly on what we call SPS, so that they become our champion, they become our gatekeepers. So that within those groups, if any one of those members are dropping or they attempted to get back to their old behavior of doing things, then they can be able to safeguard that. We also trained 556 trade service providers, and this mainly we focused on 9 counties that were very strong in horticultural products and partly also in some dairy products. And we trained them and even equipped them with equipment to be able to do trade. And this came out very strongly because it ended up becoming one of the areas where young people took up that skill, and now they are able to, they are able to do that as a trade, where they get something at the end of it. And this is a farmer just showing and harvest after being trained. I think that should be a farmer from Migori. Sorry, we didn't indicate that. We also did quite a lot about, because you remember we said this was a market systems program. We did quite a lot of linkages. We were able to train quite a number of farmers. We supported them to be able to access not only local markets, but international markets through Global Gap certification. And more than 20 groups were trained and certified. And that's a photo of Abadeas in Nyandarua County, one of the group that was certified in Global Gap, and now they're accessing markets in Europe. And then we also have a photo of Konoto horticultural farmers there, who also were trained. Konoto is in Machakos, I think. They were also trained to be able to access some of the premium markets. And under Result Area 3, or where we were talking about strengthening institutional and legal framework, some of the key areas that we focused on was setting up of what we now call the County Food Safety Coordination Committee. These are very important institutions that we set up at the county level, because without this, then it will become difficult to be able to address and achieve food safety. Because then this concept is able even to build up what we call the One Health approach, bring all the key partners that work around the food safety space to be able to discuss and come up with interventions at the county level. And we also did support of the legislative processes, capacity building of the central competent authorities to also be able to be up to speed with some of the new methods, approaches, and philosophies. And we also did a lot of coordination and collaboration among CCS with what we call the multi-annual national control plan approach. So I had already talked about the setting up of the Food Safety Coordination Committee, and I think in all the county we now have those committees. In some county they have gone ahead and they are already now using their own resources, some innovatively just using the budgets that they have to have meetings. Because initially when we started we were funding these committees, but for counties that really took this up, now they're just meeting in their sometimes even in CEC's office to be able to discuss some of these things. And I know county like Migori is one of the counties that really can demonstrate some of these meetings the way they are done. They don't need to be very expensive the way sometimes we think about them. We also were able to train quite a number of actors on the same principles, the principles of inspection and MNCP, and also the 10 principles of inspection. And you can see there is Kenya Dairy Board regional managers being trained on philosophy of inspection. And that is Dr. Chodo, I think, taking them through that model. We also did quite a lot of legislative activities. And as we talk today, more than 12 food safety policies and bills have been approved at the cabinet level. And some of them are already at county assembly, just awaiting enactment. We have also 10 out of 13 ATVET Center regulation policies and bills approved. Actually, this is where we have achieved quite a lot of results. Some of them are already enacted, and we already have bills that are enacted, and the institutions are now well covered in terms of laws. And for the wet market, we also supported all the 5 counties that we piloted, and 3 out of 5 policies and bills have already been approved. I think Nakuru have gone ahead and enacted at the county assembly. And which other? I think others are almost there. this technology is challenging. Yeah, the other key activity that we did was capacity building of the Central Competent Authority. For KEFIS, I think we did installation of KEFIS Lab Information Management System, where we were able to create efficiency and effectiveness, and that is almost being completed. Maybe when they are here, they will tell us today where we are. We have trained more than 570 food inspectors in conjunction with the Danish Veterinary Food Authority in collaboration with the Danida SSC program. On coordination and collaboration among CCA through the multi-annual national control plan approach, we've seen adoption and implementation of the approved 10 principles by all CCS regulating, and this was signed, and we are happy about that. We worked very closely with the SEC program on that. And on guidelines for inspection, food safety system, we also piloted that, and that has been done. As you can see, the photo there is when the Danish Veterinary Food Authority were training the various county official on multi-annual national control plan. I think that was in Manzoni, Machakos. We've also equipped several counties on robust surveillance system, and I think that is just one of the lab where we have facilitated with some equipment. And I think that's just a continuation of what I've talked about. Now, on the market, and I think people in Meru can resonate with that photo. That is, I wish we could have had a photo before, and how we were able to transform that market from a market that had heap of rotting organic waste to a market that is one of the cleanest now. Again, just some of the things we talked about, and the issue was on regulation. We supported regulation. We supported the training of inspector. We did waste management. And that's what, that's what, I don't know where my voice has gone today. I normally have a very strong voice. That's what we've done with the counties. We've piloted the wet market concept. I hope it's not sabotage. With all this work, we ended up, we handed over. I think we were able to come to all your county and we handed over all the infrastructure. You can see some of the facilities we supported, like that is an ICT equipment at Mabanga, ATVET, and some of the computers that we donated to them. And all this work, I think you've heard about awareness being a very critical component of the program. We've done quite a lot of awareness activities. The World Food Safety Day, and I think most of you are able to see that we've been on TV. Like you can see a photo there on Nation TV, another there on Citizen, and a lot of write-ups in newspapers. And we've been championing that, and we hope that conversation will go on beyond the life of the program. I think that is the work we've done together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tumpatie makofi mzuri jameni. He has ably led this program for 7 good years, dedicated, fully dedicating to the work, and that is why this program is a success. 2 things stood out for me, very many things, but I want to highlight 2 things. One is a capacity building of actors through ATVET. You know, that knowledge has been left to people. Can you imagine if they did not train, they brought people to do the work? After the end of this program, it would have ended. And so what is making me believe in the words of the CEO, the words of the PS, that this is just the beginning, this is not the end, it is the beginning, it is the kind of work and the kind of deliberate investment into capacity building. They've been able to train 18,350 farmers. This is knowledge that has been left to the farmers. 3,000 extra trained on SPS. We have 556, majority being young, trained on spray services. Their commitment to employment, to creating employment, is tangible, right? So tumpigie makofi mzuri and the entire team. We are now moving to the presentation of end of program evaluation. The first presenter is from AfriDec, Mr. Edwin Absaloms. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Tumpigie makofi as it comes. And I'm humbly requesting that take notes, highlight what has stood out for you as they present, because we'll have a chance to contribute after this. Thank you very much. Karibu, Mr. Edwin.
Thanks, Wanjohi. Thank you. I hope I'm audible enough. To the CEO, to the Board of Trustee Chairperson, Mr. Meli, to all the stakeholders that are present here. First of all, I'd say good afternoon. As Wanjohi has said, my name is Edwin Absaloms. I think the second name is a bit difficult to pronounce. I am a consultant as well as a researcher with AfriDec. And with me here today is one of my directors, Dr. Ruth. She's there at the table. She'll just wave. Thank you very much. Our role as AfriDec was to try and just do what we call an evaluation performance and impact measurement for this particular program. And I would say that from the onset, I think we have received quite a number of support from, I think, key players here who are here present, and have been able to try and actualize this particular exercise. And I would say the performance was quite good. And I'll just go directly into my presentation. The purpose of our evaluation, okay, I hope it's not the same situation with Mr. Godfrey. The purpose of our evaluation was aimed at assessing the performance and impact of the Agrifi Programme in enhancing food safety as well as value and competitiveness across 3 key sectors. That's the dairy, horticulture, aquaculture sector. And the key objectives of this exercise was to evaluate the socioeconomic impacts amongst the smallholder farmers, to also analyze how the program aligns with the national and county policies and strategies, and those of MEST, those of DANIDA, as well as those of EU. How does it align with the objectives, particularly in driving food safety and agricultural competitiveness. We also looked at how sustainable are some of these results that we were able to obtain from our evaluation. And we were looking at examining factors that influence the long-term viability of the program, as well as to document success stories and innovations, as well as lessons learned, so as to see how knowledge can actually be enhanced and shared. And finally, we are also looking at providing some evidence-based recommendations to be able to try and advise what can be done next. Our evaluation approach was based on what we call an OECD criteria, whereby we're looking at evaluating the program on the basis of its relevance, on the basis of its coherence, on the basis of its effectiveness, efficiency with which the resources were used, as well as how impactful the program must be and how sustainable are some of these results that we're seeing. And lastly, what are some of the key lessons that we can draw from this particular program? Our evaluation design was based on a pre-post approach, whereby we're comparing the performance of the key performance indicators at the baseline and what we have at the end line to assess those shifts in behavior, the shifts in knowledge, as well as changes in practices, as well as some of the outcomes that we're seeing. The method that we deploy was actually a triangulation method, whereby we were talking to various key players to just have a robust data that we can now actually use to estimate exactly what has this program achieved. Here we are looking at, we talk to participants, we talk to key stakeholders, some experts, just to try and validate some of the findings. And I'm grateful that I'm talking after Godfrey, and he has been able to elucidate some of those outcomes that the program had and the achievements. Additionally, we looked at qualitative insights. Here we were looking at in-depth interviews as well as key informant interviews to try just and document exactly from the key informants what is their opinion and perceptions and of this particular program. We also engaged various stakeholders through focus group discussions just to get a more robust findings with regards to what we are observing. Can we actually attribute it to the interventions of the program? And here we had a strategic focus. We tried to identify the progress factors as well as areas of improvements that we can actually advise on, as well as to provide a comprehensive view of the program success. We were able to, in the process of doing the evaluation, we were able to talk to close to about 1,232 respondents using both the qualitative and quantitative methods. To ensure that there was a balanced representation, we had presence in all the 13 counties. We were able to see a higher level key informants. We were able to see or talk to the farmers. And going down there, we can look that we managed to interact with about 826 farmers. A larger percentage of them marginally were men, 53%, with women coming in about 47%. Across the 13 counties. We managed to talk to about 61 spray service providers. Largely here, there was a dominance of men based on specifically the characteristics of what spray service provision is. In the focus group discussion, we managed to talk to about 216 participants, 58%, close to about 60% of them being male. And in the key informant interviews and in-depth interviews, we were able to talk to about 129 participants. To present our key results, we wanted to look at this program in terms of its relevance, its coherence with regards to other programs and policy, other programs that are there. We will also look at the effectiveness in which it was delivered. We will also look at some of those sustainability issues, the efficiency, the impacts, as well as the recommendations that we can look at going forward. Based on the strength of the evidence we were able to gather, we would say that this program was relevant to the key stakeholders because it addresses critical food safety challenges, especially at the devolved agricultural systems. It also aligned with the national policies and the CIDPs at the county levels. It also enhanced the smallholder farmers' capacity. And here we're looking at the three critical value chains, that's the dairy, horticulture, and aquaculture. In horticulture, there were sub value chains. We were talking about like the mango value chain, the avocado value chain, and the export vegetable value chains. And looking at its alignment with the county priorities, I would say that the program went a big way to build capacities, as has been mentioned here by speakers before me, on food safety policy adaptations as well as implementation at the county level. It also facilitated cross-departmental collaboration. Here you'll see that in most cases, issues of food safety compliance as well as surveillance was mostly a preserve of the public health ministry. our departments at the county level, but here we are seeing that there is involvement of the Departments of Trade, Department of Agriculture, Department of Public Health, and those other departments that are relevant with regards to now issues of food safety. It also supported institutionalization of food safety within the 13 counties, as has been mentioned. We have the enactment of, I would say that there's policy discussions that has progressed to the county assembly level. And in some of them, they have actually enacted some of these policies. And also it used what I would call innovative models or approach, like the trainer-of-trainer model, the ATVET model, that can enhance scalability as well as have a lasting impact. With regards to policy and partner alignment, we'd see that it complied with the various national policies, like the National Food Safety Policy, and also the Development Blueprint of Kenya, the Vision 2030, which is more or less speaking towards issues of food security. This particular program also advances MES's goal in terms of, with regards to climate resilient agriculture, as well as strengthening public-private partnerships. On the value chain impacts, we'll see that there was reduced produce rejection rates and also enhanced market access. And it also provided specialized trainings for spray service providers, for those people, the county food safety surveillance systems, the food safety inspectors. It also provided employment opportunities while improving productivity. And here I would like to mention that there wasn't really a specific focus of this particular program with regards to job creation, but you'd see that this was one of the most prominent and intended positive outcome of this particular program. Looking at its complementarity and coherence, I would say that at the national level, it aligns with the Vision 2030 I've earlier mentioned. It also aligns with some of the policies, like, for instance, the National Food and Nutrition Security Policy, as well as the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy that has been promoted by the national government. It also focused on improving the value chains, food safety, as well as market-oriented farming, and also it is consistent with the national growth and food security strategies. With regards to MEST as an organization and integration with the counties, I would say that the program addressed the institutional gaps by supporting the county food safety coordination committees, the setup, the operationalization, as well as the coordination of its function. I would also say that this particular program integrated national food safety into the county's integrated development plans. And here you would see that once there's a discussion within the counties, that they are now able to now just funnel some resources towards safeguards with regards to food safety. And in terms of the private sector is one of the key players within this particular program. And we would see that the partnership that was established with the private sector lead farms, it enhanced the sanitary and phytosanitary compliance, it enhanced market linkages, and also sustainability with regards to the supply chains. This program also was able to synergize with our partner program that is also being funded through the EU DANIDA funding. That is the Green Employment in Agriculture program that is currently running to promote climate smart agriculture, as well as green jobs and environmental sustainability. This has come out very strongly in the implementation of this particular program, where we are looking at a nexus of intervention that cuts across involving the private sectors, involving the counties through the ATVET, involving them through the wet market model. And we can see that the private sector was driving the food safety and market integration. The wet market was enhancing the legal and physical environment within which most of us, so we all visit the markets to get our daily provisions in terms of the food. So it is very critical that the food that comes from there is of good quality and doesn't harm us in any way. The ATVET model, in terms of strengthening capacities as well as sustainability, we will look at this downstream. And on the right of that screen, I would say that with regards to the surveillance and also just enhancing the participation of most of the key players within the various counties, is the transformative food business operators approach, whereby we are trying to shift the responsibility of food safety and enhancing food safety towards the food business operators, away from now the safety inspectors. It's not it doesn't become more of a surveillance system, more of trying to ensure that people are doing the right thing, or more of an enforcement, but it's trying to encourage more players just by their daily operations to ensure that food safety is enhanced. Again, this program particularly enhanced the capacities of the SPS surveillance, the sanitary and phytosanitary surveillance, as well as compliance with these particular measures and food safety standards, by ensuring that there was enough capacity amongst the players, especially the food safety inspectors, as well as trying to ensure that the key players within the food business are well versed with the knowledge of food safety and are complying with some of these measures that the program was promoting. Now, with regards to the program effectiveness, I would say it was very strong in capacity building, seeing that about 98% of the beneficiaries were trained on food safety and sanitary and phytosanitary compliance, with about 85% of these consistently applying at least some of the best practices. They might not apply all of them, but at least they're applying those ones which are adequate enough to enhance our food safety issues. And also we are seeing there was a 29% reduction with regards to rejections of overall produce that are coming from the value chains that we were able to evaluate. With regards to economic empowerment, we are seeing, we saw increased market linkage, benefiting about 91% of the farmers who are onboarded into this particular program. Additionally, there was income contribution, and with income contribution, we are having better household assets, we are having improved food security. The overall health and educational outcomes are also enhanced within these particular households. Again, as I mentioned earlier, though it was not a specific focus of the program, but it is coming out strongly as some of those unintended outcomes with regards to job creation. And here we saw about 2,032 full-time jobs across the 13 counties were created. Additionally, the SPS model, that is the spray service provider models, was providing more of a consistent income to those ones who initially were not getting these incomes. And speaking a bit about the SPS model, we are seeing that a translation with regards to enhancing the security and the safety of these particular players, where now they're using more of the PPE materials to safeguard their health, not to come in contact with harmful chemicals or materials. And also the application of these chemicals are also of the right standard, so that we don't have a pronounced residue levels that now puts our produce at a disadvantage with regards to the international markets. And here also we are seeing that there was also enhanced agricultural sustainability. By having a more consistent income, by having a more consistent earning, we are seeing that the agricultural produce is going to be sustained. Institutionally, I would say that the establishment of the county food safety coordination committees within the 13 counties have facilitated a better regulatory alignment, as well as stakeholder coordination, as well as the integration of food safety initiatives into the county integrated development plans have ensured that there's local ownership and resource sustainability. However, there are still some key challenges that exist. One of them is financial constraints. This especially impacts on the smallholder farmers, given that they do not have that financial muscle to try and also adhere to all the food safety standards that were supposed to have been met, but they are trying. And also we were seeing some challenges in terms of follow-up. Most of these smallholder farmers, I would say they need consistent engagement to ensure that they're just doing the right thing, or to be assured that they're doing the right thing. And we see that this hindered a comprehensive adoption of most of these practices. But I would say there was, critically, there was enough traction with regards to adoption of some of these practices that they were being trained on. There are also gaps in advanced practices due to inadequate depth of training. I would say, for instance, the HSCCP with regards to now fish farming, there's a very low adoption on that. Looking at also resource limitations and logistical challenges, to certification as well as infrastructure investment. The level of certification was also, we were able to observe, is very low amongst most of the players, but I think this is something that can be addressed downstream as they try and internalize what this program has actually been able to enable them to do. With regards to the program efficiency, I would say that this program was delivered within the resources that were availed. With a budget of about 8.3 million euros and a burn rate, a sufficient burn rate of about 97% of the funds being utilized towards actualizing this particular program, I would say that this program was delivered right on the mark, and based on the outcomes that we have been able to mine from our evaluation process, I would say that there was good use of that resources. Critically, I would say in terms of infrastructure support, about 10% of this budget went into that, with a major focus on capacity building, as most of you will attest here, and also the ATVET system development. There were some challenges along the way, that is with regards to maybe the compliance with regards to the reporting standards. It wasn't clear which reporting standards were supposed to have been used, but within that pipeline, the organization was able to onboard a compliance and grant management advisor who now streamlined some of these and put the reporting framework right on track. With regards to the human resource, largely this particular program was well resourced. However, where there were situations or conditions of lack, they were quickly able to reallocate some funds to address some of their staffing needs, to just ensure that the program was moving on seamlessly. With regards to funds coordination, I would say the funds were released on time, and in the event that those disbursements were not released at the time they were needed, MEST was able to come in with pre-financing, whereby they just go ahead and conduct the activities with the hope, and it came through that the funder, the NIDA, was able to provide the resources that were required. Now, looking at the program impacts, I had alluded to some of this before in those earlier presentation. The average decrease in terms of rejects were about 29% across the value chains. We are seeing a higher decrease with regards to rejects in mango at 63%, aquaculture at about 43%, export vegetables at about 39%. For avocado, the level of rejects, even at the program, when the program was starting, was just at about 2%. It didn't change much at the end line, but I would say that by maintaining it at that level, we are trying to also adhere to SPS standards. There were improved farmer incomes. And I would just, I carried just a guide here to ensure that I'm capturing right. There was about a 65% improvement in terms of revenues across the dairy value chain. There was about a 56% increase in revenues in aquaculture value chain, and a 72% increase in the horticulture value chain, especially with regard to the export vegetables. Here we are seeing that these higher incomes as well as business profits translated to better food security outcomes, better education outcomes and health outcomes at household level. They also led to improved living standards. The program also was impactful with regards to empowering and also encouraging participation. Here, the formation of the county food safety coordination committees in the 13 counties is one of those. It addressed the food safety bottlenecks and fostered joint action at the county and national level. We are seeing the empowered wet markets to self-regulate through the leadership and structures, and also enforce food safety standards. With regards to policy influence, we are seeing it promoted food safety and ATVET policy dialogue at the county level and the national level, and also it introduced a paradigm shift with regards to food safety compliance, influencing standards across the participating and non-participating counties. Here I would mention that there has been a keen interest by Mombasa County to also establish their own county food safety coordination committee based on what they were able to observe like Kilifi County doing, and some of those exchange programs that some of their members were able to go to. Looking at the the legacy and the broader impact, I would say that this particular program has been impactful in terms of streamlining the food safety compliance and also enhancing trading, both locally and internationally. And it has also been able to set a benchmark for food safety measures now being adopted across other value chains. How does the program enhance sustainability, or how does it guarantee its sustainability? First of all, it's through the model that was employed. I would say the ATVET and institutional model, the development of curricula, just trying to ingrain issues of food safety within the curricula, also training, having a standardized training across. This one is one way of enhancing sustainability. The model where we're talking about the trainer-of-trainer model and the SPS champion model, and the local means that the local trainers are embedded at the county frameworks to ensure county-level knowledge is maintained and retained at the specific counties. This is something that will continue happening even as the program exits, hoping that the exit is not is just a transition into another phase of this particular program. There was also collaboration with the private sector lead firms to design a market-aligned competence-based training. Here, I would say that given that the private sector is also a key player, they were also trying to enhance, to ensure that the trainings that the farmers are receiving and also the other value chain actors are receiving is something that will continue seamlessly even beyond the program period. The County Food Safety Coordination Committee, by establishing these particular CFSCCs, here we are ensuring continued coordination of food safety. We are also seeing supported regulatory functions as well as enactment on county food safety policies and bills. The impact of these is that the institutionalization of the training system through the TOTs and the accreditation of the ATVET centers. We are also seeing the created self-enforcement reinforced systems on skills development and the market integration with private sector collaboration. And also we are also seeing increased farmer interest in ATVET training due to practical learning and certification opportunities. Again, through the ATVET model, we are seeing commercialization has also been dialed in there, whereby by having them supported in terms of infrastructure, they're now able to go beyond just training their students that they are onboarding, but they are also able to now partner with the county government, partner with the research institution, to be able to now provide facilities where these trainings can be conducted. The spray service provider model, we are seeing also sustainable income streams, certification, as well as strong client relationship, ensuring service demand amongst these, the SSP. Some of the challenges that we were particularly seeing with regards to high pesticide costs, limited tools, and insufficient market connections, this is something that is being addressed and continuously will be done. With regards to the program outcome, I would say that the improved safety, compliance, and farmer productivity and infuses competitiveness. This competitiveness ensures that the farmer continues producing, given that their produce is able to access the market, and given that access, they feel or they will see the need to continue with some of these practices, to continue having their products access that market. Again, the embedded frameworks, the practical skills, as well as the strengthened systems will ensure long-term sustainability of the program benefits. So what are some of the key lessons that we can get from this particular program? One of them is the multi-stakeholder collaboration through the County Food Safety Coordination Committee. It effectively reduced fragmentation. It improved food safety coordination and amongst regulators, the county officials, as well as the private sector actors. By embedding the food safety in the county integrated development plans, it enhanced resource allocation, as well as community ownership. This is very critical going forward to enhance sustainability and also to continue drawing impact from this particular program. Again, the models that were used, the ATVET, the TOT approach, embedded food safety practices at the community level. And this one we are seeing it ensures continuity and sustainability. The SSP model also structured service delivery integrated within the county strategies. It improved adoption of spraying services and the practices. The wet market intervention is also one very key area that I would say is one of the key lessons, because it integrated waste management and sanitation and significantly enhancing food safety outcomes at the county level. Again, private sector engagement. Here, the collaboration with the private sector lead firms, it aligned the trainings of the curriculum with the market demands. Here, we are training based on what the market is providing or what the market is demanding, and therefore, it also enhanced the technical expertise that is available. And this provides a clear incentive for sustained private sector participation and involvement, and also strengthen the market linkages. With regards to scalability, what some of those scalable practices that we can say is the expansion of the SPS model, the wet market model. This is something that can be emulated within other markets within the counties, as well as other counties that are not onboarded within the program can also just try and adapt from what this program has been able to do. Again, we are seeing an innovative way of doing surveillance. Here we're talking about the risk-based surveillance, whereby we are funneling or channeling more resources to those high-risk areas with regards to food safety concerns. And this one, to a broader way, it enhances food safety and productivity, and this one enhances the impact of this particular program. There's also sustainability focus, continuous ATVET trainer model, the development and advocacy of harmonized and national food safety frameworks. Some of what this particular program can avoid is to prevent fragmented planning. This, I think, is something that has afflicted the issues to do with the food safety nationally at the county level. But by coming together and bringing the different players here, we are preempting having overlaps and overlap mandates, and also engaging these stakeholders early would also enhance this particular program delivery and also enhance the impact. Now, what are some of the recommendations that we as the consultant will make? With regards to the program design, I would say earlier stakeholder engagement will be very key. Integrating to have integrated legislative advocacy, that is to streamline food safety policies at the national and county level to mitigate inefficiency and foster collaboration. In terms of the implementation, we are thinking more of having a more robust resource mobilization. Here we are talking about diversified funding models through the public-private partnerships, and also having donor collaborations. As you have seen, this one has been delivered through this particular model. It's something that can actually continue to be enhanced. Capacity building, we can strengthen the TOT model, because this one just ensures that the trainings are available at a localized area with a localized person, so somebody doesn't need to travel far and wide to access some of these trainings with regards to food safety. And also to have, we can scale some of these innovations, especially the SPS model with regards to waste to resource system. Here we are looking at issues of converting waste into useful resource, like the BSF models that we were able to observe in Kisii and Kilifi County. We can also strengthen, we are recommending that we strengthen the monitoring and evaluation system by developing an integrated program management system with digital tools for effective data flow, trading, and also resource optimization. We can also enhance the risk-based surveillance with a focus on interventions on high impact areas, like the sanitation and the wet market compliance through the targeted surveillance. With regards to the policy and institutional alignment, I think we have what we call the CIDP integration, as well as intergovernmental collaboration. So, what are some of the future opportunities that we were able to draw from this particular program? One of them is certification pathways for market access. This can be done through affordable certification models, as well as localized support and incentivized certification. We also observed there was I would say the youth involvement wasn't very pronounced in this particular program. Therefore, we are also looking at opportunities whereby youth involvement or engagement at the food safety and value chain integration through agribusiness programs, through digital agricultural solutions, to monitor compliance and improve productivity. We're also looking at sustainable financing for food safety investments. Here we are looking at revolving funds, credit schemes, as well as impact investing and microcredits for compliance. We're also looking at areas of opportunities with regards to green innovation, as well as supporting food safety. Here we're talking about the waste to resource initiatives like composting, biogas, the black soldier fly, the BSF technologies, to try and manage the waste and also have the eco-friendly packaging so as to be able to generate more material that are not biodegradable or otherwise they contribute to more of food contamination within the wet market. Then again, we're also looking at opportunities within women-centered programs to enforcing food safety as well as value chain competitiveness. Here, talking about targeted trainings on food safety amongst the women, market platforms that just tailor to women, as well as financial support for the women. And I think at that point, I would like to yield back the mic. Thank you.
Makofi mzuri tafadhali. You see, the more I listen and the more I interact with the different presentations, the more I'm in awe of the work that they've been able to achieve. And a few things stood out for me. And just to remind you, if you have any concerns, any questions, any contribution, counties benefiting from internet connectivity. I don't think whether we appreciate just how powerful this is. The other thing that has stood out for me is decentralization of compliance. Previously, it was held by a few institutions, but then it has been decentralized thanks to this program. Institutional strengthening has also stood out. We've seen policies being implemented around food safety, which is very, very powerful because now counties their only work is now to implement the policies that they've been able to formulate. But then, like everything else, there is challenges. And one of the challenges that they highlighted is the financial constraint, especially for smallhold farmers. The other one is inadequate depth training, especially for things like SOP practices in fish farming, which also speaks to the needs that have been left that need to be filled, and maybe in terms of next steps, this is something that the team can note and also maybe fundraise for. There is also resource limitation and logistical challenges to certification and infrastructural investments. These are some of the challenges that have come out. In terms of lessons learned, multi-stakeholder collaboration. We started by saying if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, we go together. Kidole kimoja akifanya nini? Akiwi chawa. Then in terms of training was informed by the market needs. This is very important. How many times have we produced things that no one is consuming? And a good example is eggs. We're always complaining that Uganda is producing cheaper eggs than us. Mayai inatoka Kampala inafika Nairobi cheaper, inakuwa cheaper.
Kwa majina naitwa Elmelda Murakabasa. Mimi ni muuzaji.
You see, I like the inclusion and the equality. The UN says we're leaving no one behind, and I believe no one has been left behind. What has also stood out for me is that in future, we need to deliberately increase the participation of youth in these programs because that was noted to be lacking. And I also have a deep concern about women. In fact, the SPS training, I think 91% was male. I don't know whether it was just the survey done or was it for all the people that were trained. Maybe that they will clarify later. We say the kingdom of God belongs to those who are like children, right? I want us to do a very small exercise before I invite the next speaker. Can we stand? Shake, shake, shake a bit. Just shake, stretch. Shake again. Shake. If I see you not stretching, you will stretch for us. Sit. Sit very quickly. Stand up. Sit again. Stand up. Sit again. Stand up. Sit. Sit. Tujipigie makofi tafadhali. So our next presentation is by Semabox, and I'm going to invite Madam Dorcas to come and make the presentation for us. Makofi to her as she comes. Makofi tena as she comes. The beauty of sitting very far, you get to benefit from very many claps. But thank you very much.
Nimefanya biashara yangu kuanzia mwaka 80 wa kuuza nyanya na vitunguu. Wakati tulikuwa tunauza zamani, tulikuwa tunauza kwa jua, kwa mvua, na tulikuwa tunatandikanga chini bidhaa zetu wakati tulikuwa tunauza. Lakini wakati mradi ilikuja, imetusaidia, imetujengea, imetuwekea sola, tunatumia kwa kuuza, hatunyeshewi, jua itupigi, hatupati fumbi, na walituletea penye tunaweka uchafu, dustbins, na tena wametusaidia mvua itunyeshei, tuko kwa kivuli, kila kitu iko sawa. Tunashukuru kwa yote yenye walitutendea, na hata saa hizi tuko na furaha ya ajabu kwa ajili walitupea mafundisho juu ya kuuza bidhaa, juu ya kupokea bidhaa kutoka mwenye analeta kutoka shambani, juu yenye tunaweza tukaongea na makastoma, juu yani ile usafi wa kiwango ya juu tulipata kutoka hii mradi. Wametusaidia, wametuchukua seminars, tumepata mafundisho, tumepokea vitu nyingi penye tu kwa tunajua, tumejua. Hivyo tunaipongeza watu wa MESPET pamoja na Agrifit pamoja na Danida na European Union kwa yale yenye walitutendea, wakatusaidia matank, wakatutengenezea stage, wakatutengenezea macho yenye tunayotumia yako masafi kwa kiwango ya juu. Kila kitu iko kisafi kwa kiwango ya juu. Wamama wako na furaha kubwa yenye hata wanashindwa kueleza. Sasa Kisii imekuwa na kiwango ya hali ya juu ya mafundisho kutoka kwa hao. Hata wauzaji, hata wanunuzi siku hizi wanakuja. Juu zamani tulikuwa tauni ilikuwa iko chafu, lakini siku hizi iko safi kupitia hiyo mafundisho yenye tulipata kutoka kwao.
My name is Winston Motanya. I work for the county government of Kisii in the Department of Agriculture, and I have been the county focal person for the Agrifi project. The Wuhan problem that caused the explosion of the coronavirus and COVID-19 was an awakening call on how fragile our food safety systems are within Kisii County. And we want to appreciate Agrifi for stepping in to bring the enlightenment and also to carry out capacity building so that we're able to address some of the issues that we do have in the wet markets within Kisii County. So to that end, we developed not only a proposal which Agrifi graciously funded for the development of this wet market facility, but also in the preparation of legal instruments, namely the County Food and Feed Safety Policy and Bill, and also the Kisii County Wet Management Policy and Bill. It is a very integral part of the food safety systems to have good waste management. And for this matter, all these traders that you see here have been sensitized on separation of waste at source, such that organic waste is separated and handed over to an off-taker who then utilizes it in production of manure and in the production of black soldier fly larvae. The non-decomposable waste, such as plastic waste, is then taken to the waste recovery unit managed by the Department of Environment. To that end, we are making wealth from waste and also in reducing the pollution that will be within this particular market. And good thing is that this has been adopted in other markets within the county.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. At least some enthusiasm. My name is Doris. I work at Summerbox, and this is some of the work that we have been working with our colleagues here at Agrifi to do some amplification of the work that has been done. So what we realized is we write very many policies. We do very good work. We work with different bodies, but we sometimes talking about the conversation is where talking about the work that we do and amplifying that the work that Agrifi is doing, that is the gap that Agrifi saw, and that's why they brought in Summerbox to talk about that. Sorry, could we just play the other videos from Kakamega before I go into my presentation?
Aquaculture. My name is Christabel Makari Sanda, and I'm the principal Bukura ATC Training Center. It's also known as Kakamega ATVET. Allow me give a brief background of the ATC. ATC actually was a national government function, and virtue of devolution, it was devolved now to the county. And our key objective actually is to be a center for excellency in training our farmers, our learners, and our stakeholders. And it's through this umbrella, it's through this objective that we were able to, in partnership with Agrifi, we were able to actually onboard CBET, and CBET being competency-based education trainings, where the emphasis is actually laid on hands-on. Hands-on, I mean, that our learners ought to be 90% do things practically, and we are having structures in place for that. That is where we have our farm, that is actually the blackboard, and we also have training session. Now, Mata CBET ATVET, Agrifi, in partnership with Agrifi, we were able actually to register this center under TVETA. TVETA is an authority that authorizes training of our CBET curriculum. And we had 3 curricula actually being approved, and that is dairy, poultry, and horticulture nursery operator. And as a center, we also had some of our officers being registered, and we asked ourselves, we need to take advantage of this particular window that has just opened so that we continue training our learners, our farmers, and other stakeholders, matters CBET. And with this, through registration, we sat down, we put our house in order, being assisted actually by those who went ahead of us, matters as ATVET. And to date, I'm glad to announce that we've had 58 youth with 58 learners actually being trained, matters CBET. And out of these 58 learners, they were actually in different cohorts. That is 3 cohorts. We had a nursery operator, 19. We had dairy, and we also had local poultry. And we had a series of we had a series of process that actually enabled us actually to pick this, and we had our learners. And to date, I'm glad to announce that out of 58, we are having actually 10 who began their enterprises, various enterprises. We have 4 of them actually employed 4 others. And we are having 2 who went for industrial mentorship. Actually, they were not released by their employer. And that is an area we are actually glad. We normally partner also with private entities. And that is where we sent our trainees actually for industrial mentorship as the curriculum requires. Now, this actually CBET courses has seen us impact our community, has seen us impact our youth. And we are having youth, we are talking about youth actually being empowered, matters different enterprises. And these youth who have begun the enterprises, actually they have now money. They are able to improve on their livelihood. And you're also seeing this particular youth also desiring and some and more coming on board just wanting to start this course. Now, Bukura is not left out matters revenue generation or other empowerment, because these youth, as they were coming, we took it upon us to be their mentor, to be their trainer, and they were using the farm actually for demonstration purposes, for starting out their project, just to ensure they have hands-on. And through these activities, we've seen also we being their mentors and working in our farm, we've seen our revenue also increasing, because we could do them entrepreneur-like. We wanted to actually show exactly what it means to generate money and to break even from such enterprises. And alongside that, we sat together with Agrifi and our colleagues in partnership, and we looked at the challenges that are facing Bukura. And part of the challenges is because of underfunding within the center. Bukura, it was actually under national government, and it was not legally known within the county. By our executive, we are not actually knowing more about the state and the likes. And we realized because of this, it was getting little fund, and also depending on the exchequer, this money could come in very late when our calendar projects, our seasonal projects are already gone. And because of this, we came up with a desire to establish a bill to make it semi-autonomy. And by this today, I'm glad to let us know the bill is actually at legislation level, and anytime soon, Bukura will be off the hook. By this I mean the bill will give it authority to invest more in other activities, do other income generating activities that can make it generate more revenue. And also, right now, any revenue that is generated, the law requires that we submit it to the national government. And with the bill, it will be able now to generate this revenue, and with proper documentation and the paper that it requires, this revenue will actually be able to be utilized at the center, and we'll see most of the activities that were required, already money being made, and these activities will actually see the center generating more revenue. Matters partnership, Bukura doesn't work in isolation. It works with many partners. And we pride in our Bukura Stakeholders Forum, where also Agrifi came on board through such forums. And to date, we partner both with private and public sector organizations. And how we partner with them, we do our activities together and synchronize it into our field days. And also these private organizations, that is where we actually send our trainees for industrial mentorship as the CBED requirement requires. They need to have 1 month on our industrial mentorship, and that is where we take also our trainees. Like for the aquaculture, we take them at the Jeffy Fish Farm. We have the poultry, we have Boresha Farm. We have a number of our private lead farms where they also help us to model our...
Thank you so much. I think we can go into the presentation now. Thank you. As I mentioned, my name is Doris Onyango, and I work for an organization known as Semabox. Semabox is a podcast production company that is based here in Nairobi, and specifically it has worked on a podcast called Mazao Talks, which we believe is one of the most comprehensive podcasts that talks about agriculture in the Kenyan space, and focusing specifically on smallholder farmers. You can find Mazao Talks on different podcasting platforms. If you require, we are available to send you links to that. When it came to our partnership with Agrifi tasked us to tell the story of Agrifi activities in a different way. So we decided to go the digital way altogether. So we created a podcast. We added episodes onto the podcast that talks about the work that Agrifi does, and we decided to do social media amplification through videos, and specifically what I'm going to talk about today is Twitter, now X, activities that we did on World Food Safety Day. Right, so there were a total of 1,000 posts on the day only, the total of 1,000 posts, and I think we were able to reach close to 90,000, sorry, is that number, sorry, 62,000 individuals through organic posts, and then through the amplification we were able to make those posts into around 3 million. The reach were 3 million people. Sorry. So we had different contributors spoke about what the activities that happened on World Food Safety Day. I think that was here at Safari Park. There are various influencers or people who are big on social media that we tasked to just have conversations around food safety and make sure that the reach is as large as possible. Right, so on the day of World Food Safety Day, you can see we managed to get a lot of amplification on Agrifi food safety, that hashtag, and we were able to be one of the top trending topics on that day on social media. So that screen is also showing a number of posts that happened on the day of. So you can see that the various, how young people were interacting with social media on that day and talking about food safety. And we had a number of unintended messaging that happened on the day that I'll speak about shortly, yeah. So definitely the usual observations and recommendations, like everybody should ensure food safety, everybody should be serious on how the food comes from the farm to the kitchen. But what we came to find out on that day is people think that food safety only belongs to you at an individual level where you're cooking, but the food, we have to be mindful of all the food, how the food reaches us, how the food is stored in the different locations. That one of the other things that we came to find out is when it comes to agriculture in general, there is not much dignity that is placed on the profession. People just think that because we're talking about agriculture, we're talking about a farmer, and we don't know how much of an impact those farmers have on our lives. So if we don't give their work dignity, if we don't give their work a level of importance, we will also end up suffering. The thing that we also found out, one of the messaging that we also found out was unintended, is that there's very little official recognition of agricultural skills and knowledge, and we're really happy with the work that Agrifi is doing with the ATVETs and the CBET education to make sure that agriculture and agricultural work has training, has certification as well. And the last bit of the key messaging that we got is that certification is really important for people who need to export their food. That one is a given, but there's also need to have people who are certified to supply us food generally in our local context. So working with Agrifi has been such a wonderful experience. They've given us an opportunity to talk about agricultural ventures, agricultural institutions, the CBET education, the ATVETs, and the private sector lead farms, how they work together. They've given us a different platform, a different way of talking about it. And the information that we collected and we have with Agrifi is available, and we'll share them with Sarah, and she will be able to share them with the rest of the team. In case you need any information about Mazao Talks and how Agrifi has worked with Semabox, we are available, and you can reach us at any point in time. Thank you so much.
I think they have done an impressive job. They deserve a better clap than that.
And I think for me the key highlight has been the transformation of ATVET. And I was saying to Madam Sarah that this ought to be the model of ATVETs. They have shown us Bukara in Kakamega, but I would like to read the other ATVETs they've worked with very quickly. They've worked with Kisii ATVET in Kisii. They have worked with Nakuru ATVET. They've worked with Jambine. They've worked with Nyahururu. They've worked with Kamweti in Kirinyaga. They've worked with Kagoro in Meru. They've worked with Kwakathoka in Makueni. They've worked with Machakos. They've worked with Mtwapa ATVET in Kilifi, Embu ATVET, and many others that I haven't mentioned. But I would want us to appreciate the work Agrifi has done, especially in our ATVETs. Makofi kwao tena. I'm going to humbly request that we change the program just slightly to allow Kuza Biashara to come and make a presentation, because they will not be able to be joining us after lunch. They supported in the digitization of the curricula and website development of the ATVETs. Makofi to Sir Ram Baratam. I'm sorry if I have butchered your name, but karibu sana and good job. Clap for him as he comes, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see a lot of familiar faces in the room with all protocols observed. The role that Kuza Biashara played in this engagement is, I would say most of the heavy lifting has already been done by the program, as we heard in the evaluation. But I think towards last year, when we started discussing in terms of sustainability and also building the institutional capacity for long term, is where we came in with the idea of how can we digitize some of this content that's already been produced? How can we empower the ATVETs so that the capacities could be built, keeping in mind the decentralized strategy? And thirdly, how can it run by itself? So with this in mind, we started thinking scale, thinking sustainability, and thinking speed. Between these three core pillars, the content on the value chains has already been digitized. As Madam just explained, each of the ATVETs across these 13 counties have received their personalized web portals. Their capacities have been built. They've already been trained as to how to manage the content. The system called a learning management system, with which now they're able to not only enroll students, both from ATVETs, and each of the ATVETs have the flexibility to bring in more students from the other programs. Number two, can manage the learning patterns, the unique learning curves of each of these students, and most importantly, assess, monitor, and use it for program reporting. So this is our contribution. As most of you know, Kuza Biashara, we've been on the mission to digitize and bring youth into it, into the agriculture space. So we currently are working with a little over 1 million farmers right now across 43 counties. And I wish to personally thank the program for giving us this opportunity to contribute towards long-term sustainability and scale. Thank you so much.
And let me tell you why this is very important. We are moving to the digital space. Daktari told us that she teaches online classes. The beauty of having the portal, the learning management portals, I can probably learn from Nairobi if I wanted to, right? So you can imagine how many people are likely to benefit from this program, from this curriculum, right? So makofi kwa Kuza Biashara for the good job they have done. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. Sinipigiwe makofi jameni. Aish. There are lunch vouchers that are being given. When we come back, the first thing we will deal with is your response to that particular session. So even as we eat lunch, let us digest the three presentations, any questions that we may have, any thoughts, any areas you feel that were not addressed, what stood out for you. For me, I've told you it's the ATVETs. Please let us have an interactive session after that. And with that, let's enjoy our lunch. Asanteni sana and God bless you. See you in 1 hour's time, and I will be ringing the bell. The last person shall dance for us. Thank you. Makofi.
Agrifi Programme simply means Agriculture Financing Initiative. It's a program conceived by European Union. Mainly, it's a market systems enhancement program. We came up with the ATVET model, and the ATVET model encompassed four cardinal things. One is the curricular review to ensure that we have a standard curricula. When you have a farmer being trained in Wajir and you have a farmer being trained in Migori, they receive actually the same form of training. And then two, we had to ensure that the institutionalization of that curricula, you have an institution that can roll out that curricula. And we selected a number of agricultural training institutions that we supported to be able to meet the ATVET status. We also ensured there is proper regulation for those ATVET centers. We ensured that those ATVET centers do not work in isolation, because many times we've had a situation where people are trained in the institution, but when they go to industry, they don't fit in. They have to be retrained. So we ensure that there's a strong linkage between the training institution with the private sector. We came up with an approach, what we call the ATVET PSLF approach. This was to trigger private sector becomes key in ensuring that whatever that is trained in training institution really resonates with the industry.
Kamudanga Farm has been in existence for the past 10 years, and over the years we've come to know Agrifi project. Since 2018, we've had a very cordial relationship, a very good working relationship in the area of food safety. So Kamudanga Farm was identified by the program as the lead private sector in the area of food safety.
Our engagement with Kamudanga Fish Farm started way back in 2018 when we started rolling out the program. And a few of the key challenges most of the farmers face in the agriculture sector: number one, high cost of inputs; and number two, pests and diseases; number three, market access; number four is capacity building or the training or education of the farmers on good agricultural practices. So Kamudanga played a very critical role in addressing those key challenges that are being faced by the farmers in that area. Through the partnership between the program, Kamudanga Fish Farm, and Machakos ATC, we've been able to train over 1,500 farmers through this ATVET approach. Number two, Kamudanga has been able to supply feeds, quality, affordable feeds, to over 3,500 farmers, both within Machakos County and outside Machakos County. Kamudanga Fish Farm played a very critical role in the supply and distribution of fingerlings to farmers also within Machakos and outside Machakos County. And in numerical terms, they have actually supplied over 5,000 farmers, both within Machakos County and outside Machakos County. So it came in as a very instrumental private sector lead farm to address those key challenges faced by the aquaculture farmers in Machakos County.
Kamudanga Farm is very happy to have partnered with the Agrifi Programme through MESP, and one of their key areas was food safety. And food safety became very important to us because we're involved in the whole value chain of tilapia fish. This is where we grow tilapia right from the parents all the way through production to the market. We were able to develop a HACCP plan that controls our product in the development of this product, which is fish, in the production level and also within the processing plant, making sure that we have a safe product for the market. Kamudanga Farm was also involved in the development of a curriculum that is meant to be used in TVET institutions. And this curriculum, what we did, we added concepts of food safety into it. So what we did and the impact of food safety in our processes is at each level, we brought in issues of food safety, making sure we mitigate and control any chance of contaminating this product. So also at the market level, we are able to control issues of food safety. Then the other thing is having now the standard operating procedures and the standard assessment guides. This puts a system in place that help us to have internal assessment for the processes and also internal guidelines where we come up with prerequisite programs that will ensure the continuity of and sustainability of these food safety measures in the farm.
In our collaboration, we have undergone through trainings
in the food safety and sensitization in the area of food safety, where we were also selected to give our input in the drafting of the food safety curriculum. And also, Kamudanga Farm has been very lucky to be member of County Food Safety Committee, where we bring our input in the implementation of the policies that are required to control the food safety area.
Through the partnership on issues of food safety, Kamudanga is like a champion on matters food safety, because we work with a lot of farmers in this value chain, and we work in levels of input providers such as feeds, fingerlings, and also other areas like water quality testing kits providers, because at the end of the day we are looking at becoming an aggregation center where we'll be able to get the produce from the farmers, bring it to the farm, add value to the produce by processing the produce, and then taking it to the market. So through the program, we are able to trickle down this information to those farmers that we work with and give them the necessary information that enables them to carry out their farming and bring about their product in such a way that is also safe for human consumption. Through Agrifi Programme, we were able to be linked up and form the Food Safety Committee, where we sit as a private sector, and this is very important because we are able to give our input to issues of food safety, help the county develop and implement food safety policies that guides the whole value chain of fish production and also the market points within the counties, so that even if we are producing a quality product at the farm level, even at market level is also regulated, and also ensures the quality also is maintained throughout other levels outside the farm to the plate now where it goes to the final consumer.
Agrifi is an EU-funded program through the Republic of Denmark here in Nairobi, and the program was initiated in 2018. The program focuses on building the capacities of value chain actors in food safety, and it works in 13 counties, where we endeavored to work with training institutions by ensuring that we deliver on skills and knowledge around food safety, ensuring that the training curriculums in dairy, horticulture, and aquaculture have mainstreamed food safety within them, so that all the trainings delivered across these commodities can be able to deliver on food safety and standards.
We identified Mabanga ATC as one of the 13 ATVET centers that we are working with in effort to train or to build the capacity of farmers using the ATVET model. So we partnered with TVETA on this, and the institution was accredited to offer a number of courses in the agriculture's value chains, and that was successfully done at Mabanga. And then for also that to happen effectively, then there was need to train a few trainers on pedagogy. And therefore, Mabanga ATC has been supported. 4 of the trainers are currently almost concluding training on pedagogy. And these are key resources that will help in the rollout of competency-based education and training. And at the same time, to be able to roll out the trainings, we piloted with some 50 trainees, and that is how now Mabanga has been able to cumulatively train a total of 173 students under the CBET program.
We are pleased to have had an opportunity to collaborate and partner with MESP since the inception in 2018, and it was on competitive terms where the county, through the CECM, wrote a proposal indicating what we can partner on. For the last 4 or 5 years, because I remember we initiated the process of collaborating at this level especially in the running of our introduction of TVET on vocational trainings in the ATC somewhere in 2019. But in 2021, we were supported by MESP and Agrifi to do renovation of my office or principal's office. And also we received a number of support in terms of computers, precisely 20 desktops, and also the setup Wi-Fi in the ATC, plus other amenities and accessories that support training. When we started collaborating with the MESP, it came to us that it is important for us to use accredited curriculums, which are certified by ATVET and SIDA. And based on our capacity in terms of trainers and facilities, we were accredited to train in 4 areas. One was aquaculture, we have dairy, we have horticulture, we have soil and water management, and poultry. When we began collaboration with the MESP, we were very now keen on the recruitment and mobilization of the trainees. In the first cohort, we managed to train 79 on poultry and horticulture, which they successfully completed the training. They were assessed and they were certified competent. In the second cohort, we trained 17, we trained 20, we trained 15. Those were specifically for poultry. Our infrastructure in terms of buildings were really dilapidated. And one of the intervention was to work around modernizing and making them deliver on trainings. So there was the issue of improving the infrastructure in classrooms. There was need to have the whiteboards, the need to have projectors, modern equipment, the need to have the floors redone, painting, etc., etc. And so we did the improvement of the classrooms. They were painted, they were redone.
The program has partnered with Mabanga ATC to have an online presence, and we are working to develop a website for the institution with support from partners and with investment from the county government of Bungoma. And for that to happen, once we have a website, then we have an opportunity to have online courses happening, and the program is already working on digitizing some of those training modules that we've supported, and that Mabanga can be able to offer online trainings here at the institution.
Vile nimaliza shule nilikuwa natafuta viparua here and then, kwa sababu mimi ni mlemavu, nilikuwa na challenges. Ukienda kwa ofisi ungepata. Nilipita Mabanga ATC Training Center, nikaona wao application walikuwa wameanika kama posters, but nika apply, nikaenda huko, nikasomea mambo ya poultry na nikapata certificate yangu. Sasa hivi niko na knowledge. Hapo before nikuja kwa hiyo training, kwangu walikuwa wanakufa, sijui kulisha. Sisi watu wenye tuko na disabled, tuko na challenge, tunakataliwa sana. Sasa hivi niko na kuku wangu, sitegemei mtu yote, napata pesa yangu.
Mimi ni mwanafunzi wa Mabanga ATC. Before nikuje ni join hapa Mabanga ATC, mimi nilikuwa tu mkulima wa kujaribu kuvuka kuku za kienyeji. Nenye nilijoin hapa, nikafunzwa, nikapewa certificate zangu, gain more skills, nikaenda evaluate kwa ground. Kwa miezi 3 sasa hii nimekuwa na kuku almost 256 sold, all of them. Niko na vifaranga wa 3 weeks, niko na kuku za 2 months, na niko na layers zenye zinaniakulia mayai nikifanya selling. Sasa nimesha apply mahali kwa shamba na malizia kulipa mdogo. Maisha yangu nimeona imebadilika, na appreciate sana waliotusimamia tukasoma, na kwa walimu wetu pia walikuwa so friendly to us.
We did 2 key things as a program. One was to review the curricula from level 3 to level 6 to incorporate matters food safety. This review was done by industry experts in partnership with the program and of course with the guidance of TVET SIDAC. TVET SIDAC basically is concerned with development and certification of the curriculum. So they are very instrumental while we are doing curricular review
What we did was to ensure that matters food safety was strongly streamlined in those curriculum, and it was very critical. Number two is by ensuring that the students who are registered or who have enrolled in those TVET institutions are properly trained. So their work basically is to ensure that they assess the students, they examine the students or the trainees, and finally they certify them so that when they go outside their certification is actually recognized even by the government, and from there the trainees can progress to the next level. ATVET Authority, it has got quite a number of functions, but with respect to the program, I want to say they supported us to accredit the institutions or the 13 ATVET centers that we are working with. It started with inspection, licensing, and then finally accreditation. So as we speak now, the ATCs are now able to offer ATVET courses. TVET has been very instrumental also in ensuring quality of trainings in those particular institutions. As we speak currently, we have at least 4 ATVET centers rolling out ATVET courses in different value chains. So we really want to appreciate their support.
The ATVET model, the way it was constructed, was to bring this training institution because one of the key model of Agrifi is skills development. And in skills development, ATVET is key. And the ATVET is a new concept that we are introducing in agriculture to focus on competency-based education and training. And to be able to achieve that, you needed some level of legal framework. And by so doing, we were able to develop quite a number of legislative pieces. One was the ATVET policy, and 2 was the ATVET bill.
We identified agricultural training centers where we have worked very closely with those training centers to establish a training mechanism that is competency-based, very practical, whereby trainers are trained on very practical skills around food safety. The program has also been very instrumental in reviewing the training curricula through TVET, CDAC, and the approval process through TVET. CDAC has been very instrumental in making sure that now our agricultural training centers have a harmonized training curriculum that they can be able to use to deliver training to value chain actors in horticulture, in dairy, and in aquaculture. The program has contributed towards infrastructure development of the training centers. We've had different classrooms being renovated to really provide a conducive learning environment for the learners. We also have all these centers now with access to internet, and they're able to now access training through technology, for example. And we are currently now ensuring that the curriculum that has been revised has been digitized so that beyond physical trainings, the agricultural training centers can also deliver training virtually.
The partnership with the MESEP Agrifi started with 2019, and with it came with quite a number of fruits to the institution and to the Meru community. I would say one of the fruits that came with that is Kakuru as a sender having a board of management. So as we talk now, we have a full board for the Kakuru ATVET Center. Generally, we have had some positive changes or some positive impacts, I would say. Sender was mandated to have her own procurement unit. We'll have another thing is the financial management issues. The Act enabled the Sender to have her own accounts. Another activity that the partnership brought on board is the renovation or infrastructure development, generally the renovations and the equipping of the facilities. One, the training halls. I will say that there was a general hike in the numbers, a general improvement in the numbers of the trainees compared to what we had the previous year. I will say the numbers have been swelling. You find that in a year they might come around thrice. Like now the session now, they have a May, August session. Then we are having another session in September to October. Through the partnership, we had the development of the business plan. In fact, we have one currently. It was the Kakuru Agricultural Training Center business plan. Through that business plan, we have already started commercializing some of our enterprises. One is the banana, another one is the dairy, and then the youngest of all is the aquaculture. I would say there has been a short period, but a lot. We are proud of a lot arising from the partnership.
KEFIS plays a very critical role in this country in terms of ensuring that the seed, the food that eventually end up into our table is safe for our consumption. We've done this with quite a number of investment. We've done capacity building of the Central Competent Authority. We've retooled them in terms of the new food and feed inspection philosophy. We've trained them in 10 principles of inspection. We've also trained them in multi-annual national control plan. This is a plan that brings together all the agencies and help them to coordinate among themselves. Among the last bits that we supported so that the farmers can continue benefiting was the LIMS. LIMS simply means Laboratory Information Management System. We dubbed this KEFIS Laboratory Information Management System. It's purely a system to effect efficiency and effectiveness. Through this system, we are able to reduce manual system that KEFIS and their clients went through almost 11 different processes. And just through a touch of a button, you are able to reduce that. You're able to reduce things like sample loss. You're able to reduce, things like delays, the integrity of even handling all those processes. So this is a system that will have great impact not only to KEFIS but the country as a whole. And it has a way of even bringing in a lot of revenue to the institution. I believe in the information management system reduces also corruption and a lot of brinkmanship. And being one of the premier agency in the plant health, it was very imperative that we build their systems to bolster the food control mechanism in the country and through also in the counties.
As part of our mandate, KEFIS through the labs, we support administration and enforcement of food safety measures. It monitors the quality and levels of toxic residues in agro inputs, water, irrigation water, plant, soil, and plant produce. The Agrifi Food Safety Programme, the Food Safety Systems for Value Chain Competitiveness Program, has assisted KEFIS immensely in the implementation of its mandate as regards to our lab.
MESEPT intervention was really timely because I think before they came in, we were operating a manual system. Now, the lab is accredited to ISO 2017 standard, which is basically on general requirements on competence of testing labs. And one of the requirements of that standard is, we need to implement a lab information management system. This system could be either manual or digital. One of the key strategic objectives of KEFIS and also, the chemistry lab department is process re-engineering or digitization of our processes. And therefore, the digital laboratory information management system that, MESEPT supported the lab is really going a long way in making sure that we digitize our processes right from the sample receptions all the way to the reporting of the results. So it has helped us in terms of trying to, reduce the turnaround time, trying to manage different, process, flows, and also other, ensuring that we comply with the other requirements of the ISO system. So I think it's a timely interventions and it's going to, promote efficiency in our operations.
What I'm proud of about the Agrifi program is the level to which we have been able to engage different partners and stakeholders and to really have concerted efforts towards addressing food safety in Kenya. We have been able to identify different stakeholders, different competent authorities, and the ability to really garner the county governments on the agenda of food safety in Kenya has been outstanding. I'm also very proud of the partnership we've had with KEFIS and the establishment of the Laboratory Information Management System at the institution that has created efficiencies in sampling and testing of samples delivered at the institution. We still look forward to driving the agenda on food safety, agricultural productivity. So the Agrifi program has been very instrumental in ensuring that capacities of different value chain actors have been built, but also ensuring that the county governments have the necessary policy mechanism to drive food safety at county level.
Agrifi Programme simply means Agriculture Financing Initiative. It's a program conceived by European Union. Mainly, it's a market systems enhancement program. We came up with the ATVET model, and the ATVET model encompassed 4 cardinal things. One is the curricular review, to ensure that we have a standard curricula. When you have a farmer being trained in Wajir and you have a farmer being trained in Migori, they receive actually the same form of training. And then 2, we had to ensure that the institutionalization of that curricula, you have an institution that can roll out that curricula. And we selected a number of agricultural training institutions that we supported be able to meet the ATVET status. We also ensured there is proper regulation for those ATVET centers. We ensured that those ATVET centers do not work in isolation, because many times we've had a situation where people are trained in the institution, but when they go to industry, they don't fit in. They have to be retrained. So we ensure that there's a strong linkage between the training institution with the private sector. We came up with an approach, what we call the ATVET PSLF approach. This was to trigger private sector becomes key in ensuring that whatever that is trained in training institution really resonates with the industry.
Kamudanga Farm has been in existence for the past 10 years, and over the years we've come to know Agrifi project. Since 2018, we've had a very cordial relationship, a very good working relationship in the area of food safety. So Kamudanga Farm was identified by the program as the lead private sector in the area of food safety.
Our engagement with Kamudanga Fish Farm started way back in 2018 when we started rolling out the program. And a few of the key challenges most of the farmers face in the agriculture sector: number 1, high cost of inputs; and number 2, pests and diseases; number 3, market access; number 4 is capacity building or the training or education of the farmers on good agricultural practices. So Kamudanga played a very critical role in addressing those key challenges that are being faced by the farmers in that area. Through the partnership between the program, Kamudanga Fish Farm, and Machakos ATC, we've been able to train over 1,500 farmers through this ATVET approach. Number 2, Kamudanga has been able to supply feeds, quality, affordable feeds, to over 3,500 farmers, both within Machakos County and outside Machakos County. Kamudanga Fish Farm played a very critical role in the supply and distribution of fingerlings to farmers also within Machakos and outside Machakos County. And in numerical terms, they have actually supplied over 5,000 farmers, both within Machakos County and outside Machakos County. So it came in as a very instrumental private sector lead farm to address those key challenges faced by the aquaculture farmers in Machakos County.
Kamudanga Farm is very happy to have partnered with the Agrifi Programme. through MESP, and one of their key areas was food safety. And food safety became very important to us because we're involved in the whole value chain of tilapia fish. This is where we grow tilapia right from the parents all the way through production to the market. We were able to develop a HACCP plan that controls our product in the development of this product, which is fish, in the production level and also within the processing plant, making sure that we have a safe product for the market. Kamudanga Farm was also involved in the development of a curriculum that is meant to be used in ATVET institutions. And this curriculum, what we did, we added concepts of food safety into it. So what we did and the impact of food safety in our processes is at each level, we brought in issues of food safety, making sure we mitigate and control any chance of contaminating this product. So also at the market level, we are able to control issues of food safety. Then the other thing is having now the standard operating procedures and the standard assessment guides. This puts a system in place that help us to have internal assessment for the processes and also internal guidelines where we come up with prerequisite programs that will ensure the continuity of and sustainability of these food safety measures in the farm.
In our collaboration, we have undergone through trainings in the food safety and sensitization in the area of food safety, where we were also selected to give our input in the drafting of the food safety curriculum. And also, Kamudanga Farm has been very lucky to be member of County Food Safety Committee, where we bring our input in the implementation of the policies that are required to control the food safety area.
Through the partnership on issues of food safety, Kamudanga is like a champion on matters food safety because we work with a lot of farmers in this value chain, and we work in levels of input providers such as feeds, fingerlings, and also other areas like water quality testing kits providers, because at the end of the day we are looking at becoming an aggregation center where we'll be able to get the produce from the farmers, bring it to the farm, add value to the produce by processing the produce and then taking it to the market. So through the program, we are able to trickle down this information to those farmers that we work with and give them the necessary information that enables them to carry out their farming and bring about their product in such a way that is also safe for human consumption. Through Agrifi Programme, we were able to be linked up and form the Food Safety Committee, where we sit as a private sector, and this is very important because we are able to give our input to issues of food safety, help the county develop and implement food safety policies that guides the whole value chain of fish production and also the market points within the counties, so that even if we are producing a quality product at the farm level, even at market level is also regulated and also ensures the quality also is maintained throughout other levels outside the farm to the plate now where it goes to the final consumer.
The ATVET model encompassed 4 cardinal things. 1 is the curricular review. 2, we had to ensure that the institutionalization of that curriculum. Number 3, we also ensured there is proper regulation. Number 4, we ensured that those ATVET centers do not work in isolation. We came up with an approach, what we call the ATVET PSLF approach. This was to trigger the private sector becomes key in ensuring whatever that is trained in training institution resonates with the industry. And to do that, we ensured that the private sector were very much involved in the development of the curriculum. all the trainees who go through the ATVET centers, they have real industry experience so that when they need to do their practicals, they can be attached to an institution. So that really formed the ATVET PSLF linkage.
Agrifi Programme has intervened in a number of areas at Tama Agribiz. One of the areas being, we were able to train Roy Wafula as a trainer of trainers, TOT, in the program, and his capacity was enhanced in terms of offering sanitary and phytosanitary standards training, as well as food safety training, and also to be able to effectively deliver the competency-based education and training.
We firstly met MESP under the Agrifi Programme in the year 2019 and 2020, and one of the basic interventions that changed our farm were training, and that training particularly being on sanitary and phytosanitary standards. One of the things that through our engagement with the Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust on Agrifi Programme was building our capacity as an SME to understand the production systems. The second intervention was being equipped with what we call the standard operating procedure. These are the operational guides at production level or at the farm. This entails biosecurity and how you're going to handle the crop at the farm. This involves how you're going to trace the planting material. For us, we talk of the seeds, we talk of the science and the guidelines that are given by the government and the regulating authorities. The third area of collaboration, we collaborated with MESP in putting up standard infrastructure that is acceptable in the horticultural industry. But through this collaboration now, we have an infrastructure which is standard and certified by Horticulture Crop Directorate and by Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, KEFIS, and has now the ability to host up to 30,000 seedlings. Fourth area of collaboration is where we were able to create linkages between us and other producers, but at the same time with exporters. Through Agrifi Programme, now we have access to international markets. That linkage between market, but also connection and network between our fellow producers, which has enabled us to learn even more and increase our capacity.
The credit function of MESP is well known for financial inclusion and more so in the agriculture space. For Agrifi Programme, it was a very key strategy for Agrifi to look at sustainability. One of the interventions within the sustainability level or the strategies was to see how they can be able to make the PSLF to be more sustainable, to be more investor ready, to be able to expand their interventions. The debt capital was a very important requirement for that strategy. And therefore, as a MESP function, using the credit function that we have, we've been able to look at different enterprises, and the main agenda was to see whether we can be able to boost them with capital for investment, both for working capital and asset finance.
We appreciate a well-tailored and structured, affordable loan facility that is offered by MESP and which was offered to our business to enable us upscale our production, but at the same time to do drilling of the water and make water available to our operations. Before meeting Agrifi, we had just one employment opportunity for a grafter who used to visit casually and assist us with grafting. But then when we grew up to 9,000, and now we have actually 3 people are working with us. 2 are full-time and one is assisting us casually. We understand that MESP work as well in collaboration with the European Union and DANIDA, and so we remain appreciative to all the partners who work with MESP, including DANIDA and the EU, to make sure that that kind of facility reach to SMEs like ourselves.
The role of the County Food Safety Coordination Committee is basically to coordinate matters food safety in any setup. There are several government agencies that handle matters food safety. So the main purpose of this outfit we are calling the County Food Safety Coordination Committee is purely to coordinate these agencies so that we can have one kind of concerted approach towards matters food safety. Besides that, we have other roles that this County Food Safety Coordination Committee plays towards addressing matters food safety in the counties. One, of course, is to ensure that there are adequate legislations at the county level to address matters food safety. Secondly, is actually to ensure that this committee is well resourced to ensure that all the activities are carried out seamlessly. Another key function of the County Food Safety Coordination Committee is, of course, to educate or to train the public on matters food safety and technologies related to food safety in those particular counties.
The Meru County, through the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, but also other departments involved, partnered with MES through the Agrifi Programme in various activities. And part of those activities is the development of food safety policy, which culminated to development of food safety bill, formation of food safety technical committee, training of food safety inspectors, and a lot of many other activities.
The role of the food safety committee is to ensure that what we consume from the farm produce to what we consume at in the plate is safe for human consumption. Previously, we never had the food safety committee, but with the partnership with the Agrifi, we have been able to form and train the committee on food safety, and we really appreciate the partnership that we got from Agrifi. We have been able to develop an action plan, which we are working towards implementing, and this committee is quite functional. We have what we call Meru County Public Health Laboratory, which is essentially a food laboratory. We carry out several tests in that laboratory. Mostly we do aflatoxin tests. This food laboratory is supposed to carry out tests, chemical analysis tests, soil analysis tests, microbiology tests, and such.
In the county, we found out that this problem of food safety cannot be dealt by only one department. Now we formed a multi-departmental group. We are all team whereby we've been meeting, trying to come up with the way forward for this lab. Currently, we are testing aflatoxin in cereals. We normally get our samples from the field. That is surveillance purposes only. When it comes, it is received. Then if it's in a whole form or a whole cereal, we grind, then now we run. We extract the aflatoxin using the 65% ethanol. But we are hoping to expand the scope. That's why we incorporated other departments, so that we have a vet person, then the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water. So we are a large group.
This committee is based on the concept of One Health, where One Health means that the health of the individual is not only found under the Department of Health. There are so many other players, that is the veterinary department, the trade department, what we sell, what we eat, the water that we consume, the sanitation component is also part of the health of the human being. The environment that we live in, the rest of the chemicals that are in our food. So this committee brings together all the players.
MES through Agrifi partnered with Meru County in developing food safety policy, because there was a need to develop a policy on food safety. And the food safety passed through the cabinet, and then there arose a need whereby a food safety bill was required. They again partnered in developing food safety bill. And the food safety bill is again going through the process. It's going to be presented in the cabinet, and the government is keen on making sure the food safety bill actually becomes law, because one of the proposals in the policy is or rather setting up a fund to support the food safety technical committee, because right now there is no source of income for the committee and doesn't have any direct source of funds.
The fact that we worked very closely with county governments, and the fact that now we have a county food safety coordination committee at each of the county governments presents a very good framework for continuity of the activities that have been initiated by the program. The county government has fully embraced the food safety agenda. They appreciate the capacity and knowledge they have acquired through the program, and they are ready to take the agenda forward. They have established a food safety surveillance mechanism at the county level that is fully managed and controlled by the county government and the competent authorities. So we don't see this backtracking. So we are really looking forward to the continuity of this moving forward.
Kwa majina naitwa Elmelda Muraha Kabasa. Mimi ni muuzaji katika wet market Marikiti katika kaunti ya Kisii. Nimefanya biashara yangu kuanzia mwaka 80 wa kuuza nyanya na vitunguu. Wakati tulikuwa tunauza zamani, tulikuwa tunauza kwa jua, kwa mvua, na tulikuwa tunatandikanga chini bidhaa zetu wakati tulikuwa tunauza. Lakini wakati mradi imetusaidia, imetujengea, imetuwekea sola, tunatumia kwa kuuza, hatunyeshewi, jua itupigi, hatupati fumbi, na walituletea penye tunaweka uchafu, dustbins, na tena wametusaidia mvua itunyeshei, tuko kwa kivuli, kila kitu iko sawa. Tunashukuru kwa yote yenye walitutendea, na hata saa hizi tuko na furaha ya ajabu kwa ajili walitupea mafundisho juu ya kuuza bidhaa, juu ya kupokea bidhaa kutoka mwenye analeta kutoka shambani, juu yenye tunaweza tukaongea na makastoma, juu yani ile usafi wa kiwango ya juu tulipata kutoka hii mradi. Wametusaidia, wametuchukua seminars, tumepata mafundisho, tumepokea vitu nyingi penye tulikuwa tunajua, tumejua. Hivyo tunaipongeza watu wa Mespet pamoja na Agrifit pamoja na Danida na European Union kwa yale yenye walitutendea, wakatusaidia matank, wakatutengenezea stage, wakatutengenezea macho yenye tunayotumia yako masafi kwa kiwango ya juu. Kila kitu iko kisafi kwa kiwango ya juu. Wamama wako na furaha kubwa yenye hata wanashindwa kueleza. Sasa Kisii imekuwa na kiwango ya hali ya juu ya mafundisho kutoka kwa hao. Hata wauzaji, hata wanunuzi siku hizi wanakuja. Juu zamani tulikuwa town ilikuwa iko chafu, lakini siku hizi iko safi kupitia hiyo mafundisho yenye tulipata kutoka kwao.
My name is Winston Motanya. I work for the county government of Kisii in the Department of Agriculture, and I have been the county focal person for the Agrifi project. The Wuhan problem that caused the explosion of the coronavirus and COVID-19 was an awakening call on how fragile our food safety systems are within Kisii County. And we want to appreciate Agrifi for stepping in to bring the enlightenment and also to carry out capacity building so that we're able to address some of the issues that we do have in the wet markets within Kisii County. So to that end, we developed not only a proposal which Agrifi graciously funded for the development of this wet market facility, but also in the preparation of legal instruments, namely the County Food and Feed Safety Policy and Bill, and also the Kisii County Wet Management Policy and Bill. It is a very integral part of the food safety systems to have good waste management. And for this matter, all these traders that you see here have been sensitized on separation of waste at source, such that organic waste is separated and handed over to an off-taker who then utilizes it in production of manure and in the production of black soldier fly larvae. The non-decomposable waste, such as plastic waste, is then taken to the waste recovery unit managed by the Department of Environment. To that end, we are making wealth from waste and also in reducing the pollution that will be within this particular market. And good thing is that this has been adopted in other markets within the county.
My name is Christabel Makari Sanda, and I'm the principal Bukura ATC Training Center. It's also known as Kakamega ATVET. Allow me give a brief background of the ATC. ATC actually was a national government function, and virtue of devolution, it was devolved now to the county. And our key objective actually is to be a center for excellency in training our farmers, our learners, and our stakeholders. And it's through this umbrella, it's through this objective that we were able to, in partnership with Agrifi, we were able to actually onboard CBET, and CBET being competency-based education trainings, where the emphasis is actually laid on hands-on. Hands-on, I mean, that our learners ought to be 90% do things practically, and we are having structures in place for that. That is where we have our farm, that is actually the blackboard, and we also have training session. Now, Mata CBET ATVET, Agrifi, in partnership with Agrifi, we were able actually to register this center under TVETA. TVETA is an authority that authorizes training of our CBET curriculum, and we had 3 curricula actually being approved, and that is dairy, poultry, and horticulture nursery operator. And as a center, we also had some of our officers being registered, and we asked ourselves, we need to take advantage of this particular window that has just opened so that we continue training our learners, our farmers, and other stakeholders, matters CBET. And with this, through registration, we sat down, we put our house in order, being assisted actually by those who went ahead of us, matters as ATVET. And to date, I'm glad to announce that we've had 58 youth with 58 learners actually being trained, matters CBET. And out of these 58 learners, they were actually in different cohorts. That is 3 cohorts. We had a nursery operator 19, we had dairy, and we also had local poultry. And we had a series of we had a series of process that actually enabled us.
I'm Joyce Makaka, Director of Jaffi Fish Farm. Jaffi Fish Farm started in the year 2009 with the economic stimulus program that was started by the government. I started with 3 ponds, and then I moved on, I expanded because of the passion I had for fish. Jaffi Fish Farm has been there for the last 12 years. All through there have been challenges. The hard one was when it comes to incubating eggs, pumping water to the upper ponds, which is quite expensive. I appreciate Agrifi MEPS for coming in to help me sort out these problems. The first challenge was the incubators. One there's no electricity, all the eggs die. But Agrifi came in and gave me the solars and the inverters. I'm able to produce the fries anytime. The incubators are running all the drought. Now I can grow the fish. Because of Agrifi came with the solars. The solars are now pumping water anytime there's enough water for the fish. The other thing was I could get farmers and colleges coming here, especially ATVET, Bukura College. Farmers could come here and they want to do practicals, hands-on. Especially because of their age, we need hands-on. And where to sit and relax and ask questions, I didn't have. But I had a room. Thank you to Agrifi who came in and gave us seats, desks, TV, computer, and a printer. We can print for the students. They can sit comfortably, listen to the teacher. They can ask questions and we write on the board. We can present and they can see what they've done on TV. I really appreciate that. And the students are very happy. They come in anytime. They look at what they didn't understand. We do it again. And there's a place where they can sit. They really appreciate because they are doing it practically. Especially students from Bukura. They get proper knowledge and hands-on. When you get students from different places, especially Bukura, they'll always call. They always call or they'll always come. I don't charge. They come anytime and they ask. And if there's need, they'll tell you, Mama, can you come to our farm? We have this problem. And I thought I was doing the correct thing, so I go to visit them. When you compare when they were doing it theoretically, they could get different theory from different farmers, from different teachers. But when you do it practically, the work goes well. And you can see most of them have really improved. On many platforms you see them saying, I have, marketing their fish. I have fish who can buy fish. I have this size. They know which size. They know how many months, how many grams, how many kilograms, and so on. So I really appreciate Agrifi coming in and making it possible for the Bukura students, ATVET from Bukura students, to do it practically in this farm. I would encourage students to come and learn and do it practically. In the process of doing practically, you will find out another challenge which we can also solve together. I may not be perfect, but together we can solve. What I would wish to encourage farmers is to go and
Good afternoon. My microphone is not working. Money has been poured. The microphone is very low. One, two, 1, 2. Good afternoon. Good afternoon in Swahili is good afternoon. Jambo. On your table is the QR code. I want us to get the reactions from the presentations. And in the interest of time, so that tumalize, I promised a dancing session because this is a celebration. Nasaki kukua mtu muongo. I want to make sure that I deliver. So those who are outside, I will humbly request that we come in Those who are inside, let us get the responses from the 3 presentations. I can see localization, I can see positive impacts. I can see sustainability. Please keep those answers coming. It is the same link from the morning section. Those who are outside, I humbly request that we get back in. Those who are inside, let us be giving our contributions. Don't shy away from writing a whole sentence. What stood out for you? Where are the areas of improvement? Yes, let us come in. I can see people who will dance for us a good one. Let us come in and take part in the feedback giving. If you have a question, this is your chance. Comments, commitment by partners. Please let us engage. And as we give those answers, I would want a volunteer who would want to give their remarks to also raise their hands and give their remarks as we wait for people to come back. Give your feedback. What is your biggest lesson or key takeaway from the end program evaluation? Give your feedback. Please raise your hand. If you don't have any volunteers, I'll actually come to you. I can only see 4, but I can see people on their phones. I hope they are typing their feedback. Do you mind sharing feedback? Okay. What stood out for you, sir? You see? I can see. What stood out for you? And feel free to raise your hand and to also tell us what was the key takeaway. I can see celebration without music. I promised there will be music. I promised there would be music. Then there is transformation. Oh, this is a very good question of where to from here. I think different speakers actually addressed this topic, and they said, if you remember the PS's presentation, he said implementation. The research, the documentation that has been done, the lessons learned, the stories shared, those must not go to waste. These reports must not be put in the shelves. The policies that have been formulated, this is the time to implement. We have over 13,000 trainers, farmers who've been trained. Let us hear from someone here.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is George Kea. I work with the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. And we've been implementing ourselves one component of the Agrifi, which is the research and technology transfer, whereby I've been the national project coordinator. But I've been very much impressed by the work that has been done by MESP in terms of food safety, because food safety, as they say, is all our business, and it is impacting so much, even on our health. I think the PS mentioned quite a number of practical areas that we need to address, practical areas, even within our communities, our villages and our markets and so on. But there are also many others in terms of livestock feeds. I think there's so much that goes unsaid about the food we eat and how much of it is actually contaminated by aflatoxin. I'll not go into detail because sometimes it's a very hot potato. So a lot of things stood out for me, but I think one of the things that I thought, and which we are being increasingly asked, is how the work that we have done, a lot of good work that we have done, to what extent is it going to be continued by the relevant government, agencies, be it the central government or the devolved governments, and so on. So to me, I would want to hear, because there was so much, in this room, I think there has been so much interaction between this particular project and the county governments. We have representatives here, the chief executive of the counties and other, technical, directorates at the counties. But we hear about policy and integration into, county integrated plans and so on. To what extent, we would like to hear some examples of what is it that we have seen here is actually being taken up by each county or even a particular county. Because that is something that is even for us in our project, I think we are finding it a little bit increasingly difficult to answer. Yes, we have done so much good work, but how much of it is actually getting into the policy arena of the whatever and even continue to be implemented by the counties and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And makofi kwake, anyone? And he raises important issues, but also preempts the session we are getting into on the beneficiaries. What are the success stories so far? So we will be getting into that session, but also let me read, for those who are just coming in, the Mentimeter, the QR code on your tables, please scan it and answer the question, what is your biggest lesson or key takeaway from the 3 presentations that have been made? We really appreciate your feedback. We are also having another question shortly on what are the areas of improvement, what are the gaps that we need to fill. So somebody says, I liked one on engaging consumers more. I think that is very, very important. And this is something that this project has done. Remember, we are saying that the curriculum was informed by the market needs. So this is the consumer, but we need to stress that point. The other one is One Health Accord adoption. Someone is saying, it's not food. I mean, if it's not safe, it's not food. There's also a comment on efficiency. Capacity building, of course, it also stood out for me. That was a big one. Food safety policy, I wish it can even be scaled up to all the other 47 counties. Can we move to the next question? And thank you very much for being very active participants in that question. So the next question is, what additional suggestions or areas of improvement do you have? Tucheze kama sisi, and if there is anyone with a question, please raise your hand. Or a comment, not a question, comment. But you're also free to ask a question. Anybody, preferably female, in the spirit of gender equality. Tusiwache yoyote nyuma. Leave no one behind. Have we started filling? I can see 0 responses. This is where you have the freedom to use your phone. These opportunities do not come often. As we move to the next session. Certainly.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Allo from National Public Health Laboratory, Ministry of Health. Just a small comment from the presentations in the morning. What really touched me on was what the PS touched on when we look at the kind of food safety issues we have when we are at the weddings or at the funerals. You can imagine the mass we have during those functions, the number of people we have. And if you look at the issues of food safety or food hygiene, as he rightly touched on, even the kind of hygienic levels of the people serving in those at that time, it leaves a lot to be desired. So that really touched me, and I think it is one of my areas of improvement, given the background from where I come from. Thank you.
Okay, I can see a few comments, so let me read this as we start the next session. Greening scale-ups, I can see more support to CCAs at national level. Street vending issues, I agree. Strengthening food safety laboratories in counties. Expansion of food safety to all other counties, I agree. Food security should also come with traceability. For example, when you got food poisoned from fish, could they trace the origin? I'm not even sure. It's a traumatic experience. But thank you very much for your responses. Tujipigie makofi kwa hayo. Oh, has someone told you how awesome you are as an audience? I am so proud and lucky to have all of you. So thank you very, very much. We are moving to a very exciting session where we are talking about beneficiaries' testimonials. And we will start with ATVET centers. And I will welcome Christabel Makari. Are you present? Christabel? Thank you very much. Makofi, as she comes, you only have 5 minutes. I'm actually going to use the timer so that we don't overstay. Makofi again as she comes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, my name is Christabel Makari Isanda, Principal Bukura ATC, or rather also known as ATVET. Yeah, for those who are Christians, when you go to church and you meet Jesus, you'll be told to have got 2 sides of life, right? The first life is before you meet Christ, and the next one is after you've met Christ. So that is where I'm going actually to base my presentation this afternoon, before we met Agrifi and after we met Agrifi, our partnership with Agrifi. And to start me off, yesterday when I was telling my son I'm like going for this closeout, he asked me a good question. Mom, na yenyewe kama Agrifi hangekuwa Bukuru ingekuwaje? You get? And this question left me thinking time and again, for real, if Agrifi will not have been with us, will not have identified us, where will Bukura be to date? A bit of introduction about ATC, focusing on Bukura. Before devolution, ATC was actually a national function. And being a national function, everything, program and systems were up to date to ensure trainings. We have structured trainings, and even the farm system used to operate normally. And activities were going on well. After devolution, we are like the ATCs were forgotten, were neglected, apology for that word, and you're also not known. And some of the funding could come in untimely way back after our calendar activities are gone. Now, when in 2019, when Agrifi now came on board, our partnership was actually interesting, and they gave us a platform to comb our house, to do each and everything, and the legacy is now why we are here today, and we appreciate Agrifi. Through that partnership, ATCs have been known to our executives. Thanks to that, some of our CCs are here today, and we appreciate. Our doors have been opened, and they now began asking, who are these, right? And what are you doing? What have you been doing before? So this partnership actually enabled us to be known, to be identified, and most importantly for Bukura, it gave us an opportunity to log into training that was there before. And this training came through accreditation of the center. And this accreditation actually made us to have an opportunity to plug in training and realize the objective of the center, which is actually training and demonstration. And this is an activity that we took it up positively. We've enjoyed doing it. we sat together and you are like, this is going to be our order of the day. And you had the testimony when Semabox were actually presenting, and we appreciate for that. To date, we have a number of youth who are coming up and they want to be enrolled in various enterprises or rather curriculum. And that is actually those who are asking where after this. And I'm here to testify that we were accredited, we've been training, and we are going to train now that our bosses are here to support us and they're here today witnessing these great benefits. And another thing, we've been struggling with finances. We've been struggling with where to get money and the legs and how to actually just support the center. To date, I'm here to also proudly appreciate this partnership that it enables us actually to come up with a bill. And this bill, as it was mentioned by Godfrey, the bill is at assembly, and this bill is going to help the ATCs, actually, especially Bukura, to do a number of income generating activities, to commercialize our activities. The board will be in place because the process has already begun. And besides that, we are going to do more and more to ensure the sustainability of this project. Even as we look at the closeout, for Agrifi is closeout, but for Bukura ATC, I'm assuring you this is now like it's an open door to work minus Agrifi, so that we ensure that whatever we began with this partnership is able to move on with empowering our community through CBETs and also legalizing the ATC and working towards its sustainability. Thank you.
And she has addressed the issue of what next. Next up is CBET trainees, represented by Madam Nancy Wamalwa. Please be upstanding, and we clap for her as she comes. She's a young woman, so let us celebrate her. I'm setting her timer just now, so that it's 5 minutes strictly. When you see me standing, you know time is up.
Habari ya mchana. How was your lunch? How was your lunch? Najua kuku ilipitia kwa jikoni, and I ask, how was your lunch? Before you is Omalwa Nancy from Bungoma, Mabanga ATC, a beneficiary of CBET. I'm here to share with you my successful story. The young lady you are seeing in front of you is a barber. I do barbering and I sell vegetables. I also do, I used to do kienyeji, rearing of chicks and matured chicken. But as I got the advert of the CBET, I applied and enrolled under brooding. I joined the Mabanga ATC. I did incubation, brooding, and rearing and management of rearing matured chicken. Up to date, Wamalwa Nancy has been able to buy an incubator machine. I'm brooding, I'm rearing both improved kienyeji and kienyeji. Makofi kwa Nancy. The young girl you are seeing is 23 years old. The young girl is now owning a land in which I'm paying in installments. I made the sales, and with the 367,000 I got from the poultry, Nancy has bought land. I have an acre. I'm paying in installments. The same girl you are clapping for has leased 2 acres of land, to which I'm planting maize, soybeans, groundnuts, and the same girl, through the skills from the class, can formulate her own feeds. So msichana mwenyewe hana problem hapo kwa kuformulate chakula. Watu wa ATVET hamnioni. I do mine. So, with the same girl, to the village, Nancy has been administering vaccines to the birds of the local villagers. To the fellow youths, Nancy is a mentor. I'm mentoring my fellow youths at Mabanga Bungoma. Come to ATC, you will be surprised. The whole compound is full of youths enjoying and practicing poultry farming, of which to my teachers, I have my principal there and my trainer. Can they work for you? Those two people are of major gratitude to us. Work on a BD, too friendly, and their work was 80% practical, 20% theory. To any agency out there doing anything that 80% practical, believe me not, huyo mtoto atayangu mtihani, utanguka aje na kila kitu, you are doing it practically. I ended up applying for mentorship, that mnazita attachment. With us, it is a mentorship. In the same ATC, I applied, I accepted. So that's where my everything started. The same girl applied for a job, they gave her a chance, but comparing being employed and employing yourself, my friend, you better get your 20 bob from Kibanda, unauza nyanya. At the same time, you go check your cuckoos, they are performing well, they are giving you eggs. At the same time, there's this mbaba anakuja, anaona, mtoto msichana ananinyoa. Keep change. So the only problem that this girl is facing, the only challenge that Nancy is facing, listen to this. I'm surviving all this on a rental, 2-roomed. Now the landlord wants me out of the plot. He's so jealous. Imagine in November, the man poisoned my cuckoos. You've been talking of poison, and nilitingizanga pale kirwe nikisema hata poison ya kuku iko. Almost 300 gone. But to his surprise, I've just applied last week to ATC Mabanga, 400 of them, and I'm doing well. So the only problem I'm facing is financial expansion. I'm tired of the rent. I want to get myself out of the rental. And my dreams, after achieving all what I need to build a permanent poultry house so that mentoring my youths will be of great chances to so many of the youths out there. Then I'm intending to buy a bigger machine, incubator that is, so that I can brood at large. And also, I need to have a large flog. Si mnajua a large flog is a large amount of money in the pocket. Asanteni sana. With one word we say, no farmer, no food, no future.
Yes, maybe you can share your contact. I don't know whether you're okay sharing it. You can share it with her.
Hello, 07 0793 63 68 95. Karibuni mununue kuku na munipee pia advice. Sawa.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Makofi mazuri zaidi hapo. She's only 23. She has bought an acre of land. She has leased 2 acres. And I will tell you, Nancy, those people who are trying to pull you down, wao ndio wataenda chini. Your hard work and God will take you very, very far. Our next speaker is the farmers representative, Mr. Mbuthia of Suheko. Makofi as he comes. And I'm starting the timer now. Naona
So good afternoon, everyone. God is good, and all the time. Because of the timing, I'll go straight to the point. When I was looking at the theme of our meeting today, we are talking of Closeout workshop. But the first question that comes into my mind is, when you talk of Closeout, what next? Because I think the whole program, the 7-year journey, has revolved all around capacity building. Also, when I look at the areas of expertise that Agrifi has been going through, I think number 5 sums it all. Because when you talk of empowering women and youth, everything else revolves around the empowerment. Because hata tukisema tulizunguka, tulifanya and all that, it all goes back to the empowering. When we talk of empowering, I'm a real beneficiary of this empowerment. I'm an agronomist by profession, but previously, and I'm also an avocado farmer. Before Agrifi and MESP came in, we were just doing things, you know, kienyeji, kila mkulima kivyake, do your thing, do your stuff. But when Agrifi and MESP came in, I remember a good friend of mine, Alex, I don't know where he is, he helped us so much to bring together the farmers in our region, and he helped us to register a cooperative. It is from this registration of a cooperative that the avocado farming changed its outlook. It's now a commercial venture. I used to work with an agrochemicals company by then, but funny enough, I had to resign after realizing what was hidden in the whole game. And I give all credits to MESP, because you see, previously we were just doing it kivyako, we could not know what it was all about. From my resignation, I'm now a practicing farmer and a private agronomist. Last evening, I also received an award of the Agronomist of the Year by the Avocado Society of Kenya. So all this goes back to the journey of the MESP, because were it not for MESP, you know, changing the whole image, I would still be struggling with the agrochemicals company, thinking that the salary was better than doing it privately. Finally, as I conclude, in October, after the whole journey of the hula baloo production, going to the trainings that we were engaged by MESP in production, chemicals handling, the big question always remained, where is the market of all that we're talking about? So I got a chance as well. I was funded by MESP, we were taken to Spain, Madrid, where we had gone to do more research on the market. And believe you me, today, I have a whole chain of buyers, avocado buyers, both local and international. So the whole thing, so in a nutshell, I want to say this journey is not in vain. And life without risk-taking, I think, can be as boring as I don't know what. Because somebody must have dreamt this idea, the Agrifi idea. And somebody took the risks of jumping into the unknown waters. And finally, you can see the results. So my challenge of going forward to MESP as a whole is what next? We are lucky as well as a cooperative. We were supported by MESP, and we established or we drafted our strategic plan. So having all said and done, without a strategic plan, it's like you're leaving these farming groups in the darkness. So if anything can be done to steer the journey ahead, kindly assist all the groupings to have their strategic planning so that you can have a route plan of the future. Thanks so much.
You can see he's shining, or what we call glowing, because of the progress that they have made. And I think there is nothing more important than the formation of cooperatives. Most of us who grew up on farms and in the villages, we went to school because of cooperatives. Where I come from, we call them cooperatives and societies. We call them the ATVET, the Milk Society especially. Next speaker is a representative of the private sector lead farms, and we have Roy Wafula of Shama Agribiz. My timer is starting. Bwana Roy. Makofi as he comes. I think even finding markets, most of the times our produce goes to waste. He's also highlighted that they've been able to find markets locally and internationally. Market connectivity, I think, for me is the biggest, one of the biggest achievements of this program. I'm about to start my timer.
Thank you. How many minutes?
5 minutes.
5, thank you. Good afternoon, all. Thank you. Firstly, I didn't know I was to speak something, but then, you know, Swahili anasema aliye na mwana akosi ushuhuda, si ndio? Do you know what that means? Basically, what it means, if you have a story, you do not need a formula. So while I didn't know, it doesn't surprise me anyway to stand before you. Thank you, the MESP team and all the partners in the house. My name is Roy Wafula. I'm the director for Shama Agribiz Group Limited. We are in Bungoma County, a place called Chemche in Kandui constituency. Now, our call, or rather our slogan is food safety and climate change. What that means, we cannot separate food safety and climate change issues. So we therefore, as a business, integrate both while achieving our set goals. So we run nursery, and our nursery is certified. But before that, a very interesting part of our business is that in the year 2019, we had an encounter with the Madam CEO, Mr. Nyangore, and just the Agrifi team. At that time, I had a vision to create an impact in agribusiness, but I didn't have an idea. By training, I did tourism management, French option, so we can discuss a lot of French terms with you. And by experience, I had worked at the airport, so I didn't know anything about agribusiness. But then I had the burn and the drive, but I didn't have the technical skills. So when I met with Agrifi, we had our nursery that is physically by measure 2 meters square. If you know what that means, is what I'm saying. So in a 2 meter square, we had barely maybe 50 trees. And they were not even grafted. We didn't know even what grafted trees would look like. But then we had a vision, and we were reading that, yes, there's an opportunity in the market to have, you know, grafted has avocado, and therefore have avocado, has avocado to the market. So what we did, the MESP team looked at me, and they looked at our business and said they can support us. So the first support they gave us was to give us technical capacity building, and largely on sanitary and phytosanitary standards. I was telling Mr. Mwaniki when we met, I said, when I see you, I see sanitary and phytosanitary standards, because that's what we largely was trained. So we had to walk step by step, taking baby steps, and we had then now to first implement by constructing a nursery that has 9,000 capacity of grafted seedlings. We realized that that nursery is not viable in the business until we get it certified. So we had to implement the sanitary and phytosanitary standards and good agronomic practices, including having the, you know, the footpath, having the shed net on top to protect the seedlings and all manner of stuff, so that there's proper infrastructure for the tender seedlings. That grew our capacity And now I was trained as a TOT, and from there, we, together with MESP, got into training up to 400, firstly, farmers on food safety issues, cutting across sanitary and phytosanitary in several places in Bungoma County. Now, most of these farmers, we had then to supply them with grafted Hass avocado, and to date, some of them are even actually exporting the avocado from the seed that we gave them in the year 2020. Tuwapigie makofi, si ndio? Now, our vision became burning, and we needed growth. So, MESP had to ask us what was our ask at that time. We said we need more infrastructure. So MESP gave us support financially, and we were able now to construct from 9,000 to currently 30,000 nursery, which now we have enhanced to 60,000 capacity in Bungoma Chemuche area. Now, our nursery is not an ordinary one. We have the shade net that has 70% radiation of the sun resistance. And it's all surrounded by an insect net, and it's well fit. What we've been doing today is actually now to put the dam liners so that we have less infiltration of pathogens through runoff water. If you come today, I can comfortably say maybe it's the most modest nursery in Bungoma. Not only Bungoma, maybe cutting across in Western region. Now, the success of our story now goes from coming from the farm now to the market. Now, today we have 60,000 capacity nursery. What are we doing with the seedlings? As I'm talking to you today, if you have to make a secret call, what we would call a secret call, Bungoma County Climate Change Initiative, in fact, they sent a tipper. And today they have been carrying 4,500 seedlings from our nursery, distributing to 20 farmers across part of Bungoma. But last week, we also had another team, same from the climate change, where we supplied 5,100 seedlings to the farmers, reaching out to 60 farmers in Bungoma County. And I understand Mr. I wouldn't mention, but Mr. Shivonji was the technical people inspecting whether the material were right. Our story is so big, but I would just say, MESP gave us the ability to drill water up to 75 meters deep, and we get now 7 cubic liters per hour that sustain all operations at our farm. That water is not powered by electricity, so it has no cost. We have an overhead tank, 20,000 liters, suspended on an 8-meter tank. So we are able now to get through gravity all the waters to do irrigation at our farm. Madam, just 1 minute. We have now done a model farm where we have now planted our orchard farm for demonstration to other farmers and training. And now we have 1 acre to enhance training to our farmers. We also have, just at integration level, have beekeeping, just to integrate with that 5 beehives, so that we can integrate the ecosystem and biodiversity at our farm. The story with MESP is so intense in a sense that as we talk, now we have our plan to grow bigger and to get up to, say, 1,000 farmers of which that we are going to contract so that we can have a share of the export market. It's so detailed, but I would also say that we've employed 3 people permanently at our farm, and we have 12 people who are working at our farm as casuals. And the demographic we have is at least 40% women and 50% youth, and 50 are just men. Thank you. God bless you.
Makofi nzuri tafadhali. I think I always say that Kenya is a bottom-up country. And what MESP has managed to do for this particular farm is that they moved from not knowing to 9,000 to 30,000 to now doing 60,000 capacity. They have trained 400 farmers. I mean, there's so much I would want to say about all the speakers that have spoken, but in the interest of time, we move on to the next speaker. We are now moving to the Central Competent Authorities, represented by Madam Daisy Munuki from IFS. Please be upstanding, madam, and take the stage. Makofi as she comes. As I start her timer of 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Clap again. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jakula. My name is Daisy Morioki from Kenya Fisheries Service, and because fish has really been implicated, I will not go into fish. Allow me to just say one or two words on behalf of the CAs, but as you can see, I was not in the program, but I didn't have a bottle of water. So as I was going out there to look for a bottle of water, the lady ambushed me, but that's okay. So that's okay, that's all right, no problem, because we have worked with Agrifi for quite some time, so at least I cannot miss one or two things to say. In the Kenya Fisheries Service, I'm the Director of Fish Quality, Safety and Trade, and I believe that's why I'm here just to speak one or two things that we have done in the area of food safety. So the journey has been long, and it started way back in 2016, and the CAs were put together. CAs is competent authority. Sometimes in Kenya, you go to a meeting and you float the whole time, and you're afraid of asking, what is this CA? Hii mnyama inaitwa CA ndio nani? Somebody introduces themselves and you cannot even know the name. Working with sijui KEV, sijui what, MD, sijui what, so many things. So CA is competent authority. And competent authorities are the institutions that are charged with ensuring that food and food products are safe for human consumption in Kenya. We have competent authorities, maybe for fish. I start with myself, that is Kenya Fisheries Service. We have, I can see here, Ministry of Health, represented by Lawrence, my good friend. We have KEFIS, who are the competent authority for plants, which is represented there by Mr. Onesimus. And we have PCPB by Grace, who was not able to attend, I think, today. We have other competent authorities. They almost, I remember when we signed the principles, there were about more than 10. All those are charged with ensuring that food is safe by enforcing compliance. However, we sat down and we brought ourselves to the thinking that it is important we put our heads together and have uniform way of doing inspections for all the food commodities. And that was the beginning of the thinking of the Food and Feed Safety Control Bill of Kenya. That will be maybe 2025, once it is okay, maybe next year, if not this year. So that bill was developed by all competent authorities, and the main issue that is the beauty of the bill is that coordination will be coordinated by somebody at the apex. And therefore, we may not have so many issues as raised by the PS this morning about food safety, those that are cooking for us in parties, because again, we cannot tell them go home. We can only make them improve their services to give us good food, isn't it? Because they are our brothers, they are our sisters who are trying to make ends meet. So the bill, once it is enacted, it will be able to give a better control of the food system in Kenya, so that we don't have people doing different things for different foods and they are all ending at the table. Each value chain has the people who are charged with control at every level, and once the bill is out, we shall have a controlled way of doing things, and quite good for Kenyans. The main issue about the change is that now the responsibility of food safety lies with the business operators. That is the basic thing about the food and safety bill. And therefore, when I see people sitting and standing and saying the government should control, it is not that way again. We are now changing from being policemen. I have been a policeman for quite some time. I have worked in the fishery sector for 27 years, and I believe I have now changed. My thinking has changed. I am now not a police person again. I can see many of you smiling. But yes, I have worked in the fisheries for 27 years, as you see me, and I thank God for those 27 years. We were taught to police people. I used to go to Gikomba Market when I was newly employed, and we would arrest everybody and put them in a vehicle, take them to the courts, charge them with something, and they pay, and we go home and we are happy. We are now changing. It's not going to be that way again. We will be asking the business operators to be able to take charge of the food so that they deliver us safe food. And how do we intend to do that? I'm happy because this project has the ATVETs in place. So what they are going to be telling people in the TVET, we are hoping will change the mindset of Kenyans, because we are in the know that TVET is targeting everybody, including farmers, including traders. It is not a school where you have to qualify to go. You can actually go there as a group. So we are expecting that the TVETs that have been developed are going to bring Kenyans on board to understanding what is basic requirement for food safety. And basic requirement for food safety, you cannot talk about food safety without talking about pesticide residues, without talking about microbial contamination, without talking about heavy metals. And therefore, you don't expect the woman selling vegetables not to understand all these aspects as they should be understood. However, if those traders are in a group and they are put together in a TVET for even 1 week or 2 weeks, they'll be able to understand at their level how to control these microcontaminants and biocontaminants, and also the pesticide residues, how to control them to be able to prevent them from contaminating our food chains, whether it is goat, whether it is chicken, whether it is fish, whether it is sukuma, whether it is carrot. So because of that, I feel that Agrifi has done a lot for us as CAs. It has trained inspectors, it has trained laboratory technicians, and it has also built capacity for us as the managers of CAs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. And first, my sincere apologies for butchering your name. Second, I think she's raised a very important point of pest control. I think we are eating too much poison in our food, especially vegetables, tomatoes, things that we don't cook, and I worry so much. The other thing that I would want to highlight, let us interact. Let us, when the public participation for the bill comes, let us, those of us who are in this room, let us lead in public participation, in reading and questioning and also contributing towards that bill. Our next speaker is Mr. Mutiso Mulei from Kisii ATVET. Please be upstanding, makofi kwake as he comes. Na Simoni. Haya, makofi ingine as I start the timer.
Thank you. Good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Mutiso Mulei. I'm the principal of Kisii ATC. I had a presentation, but it is not focused, so I'll take a very short time. But all the same, I knew at times technology failed, and I had my notes with me here. So I'll still present. But basically, Kisii ATC is one of the beneficiaries of Agrifi. My colleague talked about the ATC, the way they were working. And we have several value chains, which was supported by the program. We are doing ATVET. We have a farm. We are having some livestock, horticulture, a nursery of avocado seedlings, and conservation facilities. Kisii ATC has got an area of about 98 acres, and is in a high potential area. So what is this we are doing with the MESEP? One, the issue of training and capacity building to the stakeholders, that's through ATVET. We got support from MESEP to facilitate certification and accreditation of the ATC to become an ATVET. That was done. And we are approved to do 13 training courses. We have trained 2 cohorts of trainers. The first one was 13, which trained up to May last year. And what we did to succeed in that, we worked with the trainers, even up to today. They are 13. After the training, we formed a group called the Omogusi Organic Farmer Group. They are growing several crops. They are keeping poultry and the dairy. After that, we started the merry-go-round. Now we are doing temple banking with the group. So working with the group is what I saw to be very meaningful, because they are still together and they are growing and developing. The second cohort, I got about 5 young people. We trained, we finished last month. And good enough, one of them is about to fly to US to go and work in a farm, in a dairy farm in USA. using the certificate he obtained from the ATC. Makofi kwake. So to achieve that, MESEP supported us in renovation of a training horse, at least 3 horse, with a toilet, ICT equipment, etc., etc. This one has improved the environment, learning environment, and there are specific people, in fact, who come to ATC and they say, we want to go to banana horse, which was well done by the program, and the income from that increased by 100%. Why? Because initially, we would hire out the hall at maybe 2,000. But now we have the hall plus the LCD, which we charge 4,000. See, only 100%. The demand is high, and we are happy that it is serving the community. The other one is the dairy value chain. Of course, there was dairy, modern dairy construction, which houses 10 animals, and it does have a feeding store, chopping area, etc., etc. This has increased the management of the dairy unit. Initially, we had 40 animals, but currently we have moved up to around 50 animals, and the income from the animals has increased from 2018. It was around 36,000 liters per year. Now we are garnering 73,000 liters per year, with a revenue change from 2.16 million to 5.16 million in a year. We are talking about commercialization, sustainability. That's the way we are going as the ATC. And what we are doing now, we have moved ahead to have a sexed semen in the ATC. We have our own kit. So what we want to do is that we want to produce some good quality AFAs, because if you use sexed semen, we are sure of about 70% or above of the AFAs. And we want to increase the number of AFAs and release them to the farmers so that we can have increased productivity and production within the county. And my CEC, we shall be able to get money from there and supply milk to the others. Dr. Mutanya there has been doing a lot of activities on food safety. We're also doing it in the ATC. So once we do that and we have safe milk, then we shall be able to increase income and create employment within the county. Climate change matters, promotion of green energy. We have a nursery of horticulture, avocado, which has a capacity of 200,000 seedlings. The program assisted the ATC to install a mist irrigation system, which reduced the cost of labor of watering those seedlings by 70%. And we have sold the seedlings so far around 93,000 worth 5 million. Number 2, these avocado trees, when they are planted, we are talking about climate change, the area of carbon sequestration. And we are doing also biogas. So we are also addressing climate change issues there. Lastly, but not the least, our county government, through the leadership, is giving the ATC a lot of support. So there's political goodwill, and we are sure that KC County will move up because of the interventions we are doing together with our partners. Otherwise, thank you very much. I had for 10 pages. I've done only 3. Thank you.
But those 3 have been very, very impactful, and I think you can see in terms of economic empowerment the change that has happened in Kisii. Our final speaker for this section represents the county government. I will invite Mr. Lucas Mosenda. Please be upstanding. Let's clap for him as he comes. Your 5 minutes are about to start.
Thank you. So I will ride on already established protocols and go straight into the business that has brought me here. But first, before I speak, because I speak for the county governments, by a show of hands, how many CECs are in the room? Yeah, I see we have quite a number, and thank you so much for finding time to come. Before I make my statement, I have to really pass a very special message from my governor to MES and Danida. I do not see our friend from Danida. Is he here, Wasike? Because he specifically said I need to pass a very special word of thank you for the great work that this project has done in Migori County. And I just have to do that. Secondly, I really need to, in my own way, thank Danida and the implementing team from MEST for the great work that you have done in our counties. We are here, testimony of the very many good things that continue to happen as a result of our engagements with this particular project. And just before I make my other remark, I just have to say that the whole area of policy development is an area that very many donors and very many organizations do not like meddling into, because it is time consuming, it can be very laborious, it can be very frustrating. But here we are. This particular project can actually showcase a number of successes in that particular space. Finally, last but not least, I really want to acknowledge the great men and women who really made this happen. I'm looking at my friend Geoffrey here. I'm looking at, where is Lily? Someplace in here. They have done very great work. It's good to acknowledge the unsung heroes who sometimes make great progress like this happen. Thank you so much, Geoffrey, and keep it up. CEO, Madam Rebecca, you have a great team. So I am here to speak about our experiences in the area of various legislative frameworks that have been developed courtesy of this particular program. And the first one is just to really announce that as I stand here, I am aware that across all the counties where this project worked, we have functional food safety committees in place. Functional meaning they actually meet, they actually set agendas, and they actually implement and do what they have to do. We really need to give a big hand clap to the team, yeah? And why is this important? For us in Migori County, for two reasons. First, within the county government itself, there used to be a lot of challenges around how do different departments within the county government of Migori relate. We have the Department of Agriculture here. I have my colleague from the Department of Health, my colleague from Trade, our colleagues from Education. Sometimes we did not get to know exactly what frameworks do we engage to move things forward. So courtesy and thanks to the engagements here, we now have very clear frameworks, but also very clear frameworks of how we work with the competent authorities. There are many of them, and many times we used to have a lot of conflicts, a lot of uncertainty, who should be able to do what, when, and how, and with who. But thanks to the frameworks that have been developed today, we are very clear in terms of what role is being done by who, and who should be doing what. Yeah. The third aspect that I can speak to, that as a result of the food safety policies and the bill, is the whole issue of sustainability. Those documents provide for frameworks of how we can be able to generate revenue. It provides frameworks for how the county governments can actually allocate resources to this important, to this important agenda that is important across the current counties that were involved in this, and for the other counties that we still have to reach in terms of moving forward. Speaking about the ATC, we actually have the ATC Act in Migori, and I believe the other ATCs here have acts that actually guide what they need to do. And for Migori County, we now have the ATC regulations. I've just received feedback this morning that we now have the ATC regulations that operationalize that act. These are great strides that we are proud of as county government of Migori, but I'm sure across the other counties we still have something to celebrate about. Before I sit down, I cannot fail to recognize and mention that thanks to this particular partnership and engagement, we were able to develop a sustainability plan, a strategy for the future for the ATC. Courtesy of that plan, we have been able to achieve a number of things, because we were able now to prioritize what exactly do we need to do as a county. And one of those things that we have done in Migori is that as a form of income generation, we now have beekeeping as an enterprise, not just for training our farmers, but also an enterprise for income generation. We now have a fish pond that was done by the county government of Migori just to ride on the already established
need that had been identified, we have been able to fence that particular institution, and we also have water system that is at very advanced stages of drilling a borehole to make sure that we have clean and safe water for the participants who come there. I can speak on and on and on, but I think this is the moment to really say that we are here to celebrate a great program. It is not always that you can get a project that calls together stakeholders that we are seated here to proudly present what they have been able or what we have been able to achieve over the last 7 years. So, big thank you. Of course, we are here to celebrate the successes, but we have also identified a number of gaps that need to be filled. And obviously, those are the next frontier for ourselves, with or without MES and Danida, even across ourselves as county governments, we will be able to move this agenda forward. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for I'm sorry for taking longer than, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I think he's highlighted the next. We've been asking what is next. I think he has clearly highlighted what is next. And I like that he's also highlighted that they had struggles working with, they didn't know how to work with the competent authority, and now they do. We are moving into another very exciting session, which is a panel discussion. And I want to ask for help first in moving the podium, then the seats. This session will be moderated. This session will be moderated by Professor Matofari from Egerton University. So as soon as this is set up, we will proceed to the next session. Thank you very much. Mwenye nguvu, mpishe. Yes, I will be handing over the mic to Professor. Karibu sana, Professor. Thank you very much. Makofi as he takes over.
I'm not used to the carpets, eh? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matofari from Egerton University. I'm not new to this particular program, and today, this afternoon, I've been assigned this particular activity on this closeout. I'll have a few questions for the group that is coming here representing mostly partners. And if you have any question also later on, one or two, you can be able to pass it over to them. Now, may I have the pleasure of calling representatives of the following: the apex bodies. I don't know. I know this is fresh produce. I saw Chapati around. Where is he? Come here. Yes. And the like-minded partners, or who is the representative? The like-minded partners. Not yet. Oh, ATVET, yes. Thank you. Then we have the representative of the 13 counties. There's somebody called George, eh? Munga? Where is he? Okay, I see. But we must get somebody from there. Then we have the competency, the CCA, isn't it? CEC Health Meru. Where is he? Okay. Then we have the PMO, Judy Kirinji. Yeah. here. He can be able to come in. Anybody who is here to represent those groups. Any other person? Karibu. Come, here. Mine is to stand. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are all welcome. And to me, this would be a kind of summary of what has been going on for the last 7 years with this particular project. In my own view, the overall observation through, for example, interaction or meeting and also presenting, sometimes I have chances to come up with these particular groups. We have observed the following, and this following is actually what I would call the gaps. Thank you, Bwana CEC Migori, for meeting you again. You started with, you finished with those particular forward gaps. And let me elaborate on that one so that when these questions come, they are going to be directed, not necessarily to answer from your own perspective. Anybody else can always chip in, isn't it? Now, the way forward, if we have to progress, especially in the food safety aspect, thank you for MESP. You have what we call national awareness. And national awareness, it means all the partners are actually people who are actively accredited by the government. And they know what it is for this particular system. Number one gap, which I observed, is of course, anytime you're talking about food safety, what is the indicator for food safety issues? The PS mentioned about what? Issues to do with what? Food poisoning, isn't it? Yes, but he only dwelled at the apex, at the end of the whole food value chain. The best indicator is the data on foodborne diseases. The data on foodborne diseases. If you are dealing with a food value chain, what has been the issue in terms of food safety? Have you documented any particular issue related to your food value chain? If it is cereals, fruits and vegetables, red meat, milk, name them, fisheries, we have issues that have been popping up here and there, reported in the newspapers, but no data that can give any trend of decision making. That is what I mean, and this is a gap. So, foodborne diseases, this is actually the mandate of public health and the Ministry of Health to come up with this kind of system. But of course, all the partners involved, do we have a system of data collection related to what we are doing? That's a gap. And this relates to all food value chains. Number two, the diagnostic and reporting systems. How do we analyze and report these food safety issues? I know we have had those competent authorities. They really do a lot of things. Running, picking samples, analyzing, and what have you. Where do the analysis go? How are they reported? To who? And how have they informed policy? That is a gap, meaning we don't have a systematic way of diagnosing and reporting the cases. So what is the issue? And we are all here now representing this kind of thing. So when you talk about diagnostics, we are talking about institutions that are actually mandated to do quality assurance in terms of diagnosing samples, getting samples and reporting, how organized and systematic are they? Where is the data? That's the question. And of course, all these areas I'm mentioning are areas of investment in the future. These are areas of investment. How do we invest in data collection? How do we invest in infrastructure for diagnostic and reporting systems? That is the way forward. The third one is, as partners, we have, of course, to create and also, be accurate in assessments up to the county level. How do we assess these particular food safety issues as partners? You see, partners, I'm sorry to say, some mostly they have been dealing with the export markets. The mind is for export. They have no mind about the 80% of the local consumers, the informal sector. You see that? So, she said, we are actually consuming poison compared to what is produced in Kenya. Unfortunately, even at the national government, they are thinking about export without thinking about what? Local consumption. So who is more at risk? Ask yourself. All of us here, as we shall go back, disengage from here, we shall go back to our local market to buy milk, fresh vegetables and what have you. Do we know where it's coming from? That's the question. So, create awareness for this kind of thing. And of course, the last one is, what are the ways that we have used to raise awareness of the importance of food safety related to foodborne diseases? A foodborne disease, by definition, my profession is you have to define and talk of things that are clear. A foodborne disease is one that has been caused by a hazard. A hazard is anything that enters the food that will be able to cause illness or harm to the consumer. It enters along the production line from production to consumption, and it can enter at any stage of handling. That's one that enters. We call it contamination, correct? The other one is that the organism or the hazard will enter the food, multiply in that food, and release toxins or remain in it. As you eat the food, it goes into the stomach and causes the problem. That is now what we call a real foodborne disease, okay? So that's just awareness, eh? So in this case, those are the 4 issues. And to me, from the sensitization by MESP, actually this is the Pandora's box. It is opened. And each one of us is actually a concern. That means actors from production to consumption. And I like the way you said everyone is what? Food safety is, everyone is what? Business. And that's what it is. So, to unlock those 4, can I call them gaps? Let me tell you, these are complete researchable areas. For us, at the university, this is now what our students are going to work on. Unfortunately, the people who are here, you don't even support and give research support for this kind of information, data collection. I challenge you. So, how do we do effective risk communication? Risk is the food safety issue, isn't it? How do we unlock this? And these are the questions I'm going to ask my partners here. They can be able to chip in and be able to maybe highlight on how they have been performing in their own areas, plus also you are now aware of this. The first one is, what is the role of actors at different levels? That's production, processing, trade, consumption, and policy, as relates to especially your area. And each one of you can give an answer, or we can go haphazard. Anyone who wants to answer first, or take it first? Chepet, I can see you are looking at me seriously.
Thanks, Prof. Congratulations and thank you so much, Becky and Chair and the team. We truly appreciate that we are here. Just a quick one, Prof. There is nothing to call the role, but I want to say it's our responsibility. And the reality of the matter, we have always looked at the other person as if the other person has the responsibility than ourselves, including institutions, and I think we have believed in passing the ball and blame game to the next person. So from where I sit, working for fresh produce industry, the people who have been called promoters of what goes to the export and not what goes to the domestic market, I want to demystify that we produce in the local and export to the market, but we produce here. The only thing that makes us look like we are so much focused on the export is because our client asks questions and wants a traceability system on food issues. Our client in Kenya does not ask, and therefore the motivation to produce in certain standard is determined by the customer's needs and demands. But in terms of the setup of actors in this country, we have a sole responsibility as a person and as an institution in the entire gap. And I like what Muriuki said. The competent authorities are here, and we are here from the private sector. The challenge we've had before is waiting until you are policed, other than taking it as a responsibility. And when we meet, it's not about running a hide-and-seek game, but taking it as a role, knowing that as an actor, I have a responsibility, and I am what I eat. So when you're what you eat, that's okay. Then on the tail end, just to look at it, I think we've not looked at food safety as an important thing. Instead, we have looked at food safety as a pesticide issue, other than looking at it as a food safety. So it becomes easy to call, you find people condemning food safety and relating it to pesticide. As a person, pesticide is the least of my problem, because pesticides go through a process for them to be placed in the market. So perhaps my colleagues will say something different, but I say this, the responsibility of each actor is to ensure that we play our role where we are now.
So you have got the message. The competent authorities or the authorities locally have not asked.
Not the authority, the consumer.
The consumer has not asked. So it is the outside consumer who is, and of course, in mind that business or money will be coming in, isn't it? Okay, anybody who was the last one on this one now? Eh?
Okay, my name is Judy Kidenji from PMO, a consulting firm. We've been working with the Agrifi Programme for the last, since 2019, that's about 6 years now. And we have supported mainly in the area of policy in all the 13 counties where MESP has been working. And I want to echo what Ojai has said, because what we are doing with the Agrifi Programme came from another program called the Strategic Sector Cooperation Program of the Danish Embassy, that is also trying to support CCAs, especially at the national level, to coordinate better. And that's what we brought to the counties. And one of the things that we are looking at, and which Daisy has talked about, Ojai has talked about, is who is responsible for food safety, because initially the CCAs were seen as the ones responsible, and that's why they did a lot of policing. But otherwise, the person handling the food at any particular point is responsible for the safety of that food, because the CCA cannot be at every point checking what the farmer is doing. How many farmers do we have? Over 1 million farmers. How many CCAs and how many officers do we have within those CCAs? They cannot check on the farmer. So at production, the farmer is responsible to make sure they are using the right pesticides and using them correctly. They are handling the food correct. And then when they hand over to the next person, who could be the transporter, then the transporter is responsible for that food up to the point the transporter hands over to the next person. So for you, as you pick the food from the transporter, you need to have a verification system to know that this food that I've picked from this transporter is safe, because from then on, it becomes my responsibility to make sure that food is safe. So yes, we have a traceability system, and the traceability system can be very simple, from from the farmer to the person who has bought and who do you pass it on to. That's a very simple system of tracing where the food has come from, in case anything goes wrong. So I echo that every person who is handling food at any point has a responsibility for food safety.
Thank you. The next one, no, we can't answer another one. That's another question now. Now that I'm hard up with the time. So in this case, are you saying that the actors in the value chains are ill prepared for food safety bust? Anybody who can take on that one?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Agatha Thuo. I am representing the Agriculture Sector Network, which is actually the umbrella organization for the private sector actors. So the question lands on the right desk. So I would like to look at food safety responsibility as a supply chain issue, because actors are in different levels of the supply chain. We have the farm input suppliers. Even before we talk about the farmers, I think the greatest responsibility, particularly when it comes to MRLs and all that, is, starts at the level of farm input supply before we come to production. And look at the actors in terms of different levels. We have farm input supply, production, we have agronomic practices, where I really want to thank Agrifi. They've done a great job in supporting that process, especially the SSP program. But we also have value addition and all the way to the market. So in terms of the level of preparedness, and I really want to thank Agrifi because of the support they have also given to the new bill, which is giving a greater role and responsibility to the private sector, which we are welcoming as private sector because we believe strongly that that is our responsibility. However, I want to now talk about what is happening at the moment in the counties. And the question we need to ask ourselves, for example, the food business operators at the counties, are they aware of food safety? The farm input suppliers and the actors across the, how aware are they about issues of food safety? And I think this is where the real issue lies. Need for structured and very organized capacity strengthening in terms of food safety, yes, so that we can continually create awareness. I don't want to say that we are at zero. We are doing a lot, and you can actually see from the presentation that was made that there is a lot that has been done to improve our infrastructure, capacity strengthening institutions, but I think we still need to do a lot more.
Thank you. So in this case, you are agreeing that to some extent, the actors are a bit prepared, but you have no evidence in data to show how much, to what extent, what percentage these actors are well prepared for the food safety bust. So that is a gap also still, and you need actually to follow up that one. Now, the third one, which is something to do with the cross-cutting issues on food safety. And cross-cutting issues means it is from every corner we can have policy, politics, or technologies, communication. Now, how best can we address these particular cross-cutting issues? And just note that because you are not a government person, not because you are a politician, not because of anything. How do we handle policy, politics, technologies that are ever coming up, and communication, especially because all this is about knowledge generation and communicating the same to transform, isn't it? Yes. So just mention something. How do we deal with this, or how have you been dealing with this kind of thing in this particular area of yours?
Thank you. I'll actually begin with the, sorry, my name is Fred Odhiambo from Kenya Dairy Board. And I know there's something that has been going on even in the media, you're well aware of, whereby you're being told that probably are going to vaccinate our animals against, methane producing vaccines. And you see the way it was taken out of control, because you realize that as much as the counties, I know you are here, we realized that in terms of disease control, it has actually been very difficult to actually do away with some of these notifiable diseases. because these counties, they usually do not do these vaccinations in unison. So that means if Kakamega today does its maybe foot and mouth disease vaccination, and the other one maybe is lumpy skin disease, and Kakamega, which is now the neighboring county, does not do it. So you realize that probably Kakamega will try and as much as possible to shield the animals from getting this disease, but not the Bungoma one will not. So basically, you're almost doing the zero work, okay? And that is one of the approach that even the president announced when he was in Bungoma. And he talked about vaccinating 22 million animals. But you see now that has been taken out of context. And you've also seen that even in the media right now that the farmers are actually being told not to actually take the animals for vaccination. Okay? So you see that is already politics. And we also know now when it comes to the dairy sector or in the livestock sector, that will also mean that there's a high likelihood that in case, of course we're not praying for that, but in case we have this issue of maybe the foot and mouth disease coming in, then definitely you're also sure that our dairy production will go down by more than 70%. Okay? That means we'll not be able to get enough milk, and at the same time, some farmers will also end up losing their animals. And that means also losing the livelihood of that particular community. At the same time, the consumers on the other end will not be having enough milk. Will end up having something more, just to finish, so it will be more expensive, and we also end up getting more milk from outside. So in a way, yeah, that is now the issue of politics coming in, and now with science, because from our point, we know that the vaccine that is being used is the one that is being produced here at Kevevapi. So that's the unfortunate bit. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. No, yours is coming. So the question is actually, this is what I'm calling effective communication. And what are you communicating? The president communicates what he's told. You know, that thing, the population is not mad. The population it's because it's not getting the right information in the right way. Vaccination has been there. But why announce that you are going to vaccinate how many million animals and from then? Where has it been done in the world for success? I am a scientist and I'm a professor in those things, isn't it? Yes. So whichever way, the country, or let me say the citizens are actually okay, because they have not been given the information in the right form, and the pathway of communication is poor. So that's the message on that one. Now, my last one is this. Do you appreciate the role of standards in food safety? Onesimus, in influencing, especially now, the food safety. I know that's home for you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Onesimus Mwaniki, working for KEFIS, Food Safety and Analytical Services, as a deputy director. Prof, you have just cornered me about the standards and the role they play. Yes, they do influence. It's so critical. But I just want to go back a bit about the communication and the standards, because they are linked.
1 minute.
Yeah. Yes. It's because, as you have said, data is key, because data is what informs what you are going to communicate. And that data has to be generated based over certain rules. And these rules are the ones which are set in the standards. And therefore, you find that for us to be able to communicate well, for us to be able to do food safety controls, we need the standards. But the most important thing is that as we formulate standards, we need to look at the environment in which these standards are working, so that they don't become a burden to the producers. Because sometimes you find that, yes, we have standards, but the implementation bit of it is a bit hard or tricky. Therefore, as we talk about standard, yes, they have a big role in terms of food safety, but we need to look at them in the various levels and the way they can be implemented. You have asked me to take the shortest time. Thank you.
That's the shortest time. Thank you very much. So it means the role of standards cannot be ignored. Anytime you're talking about export, anytime you're talking about informal sector, please, the role of standards is the beginning of other beginnings. That's the way to now do the commercialization aspect. Without that one, forget about commercialization. Now, my input to this is that we have livestock, we have crops, and all these are contributing to what we call the food value chains. We have the fifth food value chain called the insects. I know we are just putting it inside. People are eating insects now, and it's an accepted value chain. For livestock, the biggest problem with food safety is the zoonosis. These are diseases that will come from animals through animal products to human beings, zoonosis. And here, we are not even mentioning more about pesticides. We are mentioning about antimicrobial resistance issues. And I think we would rather approach food safety in totality. Not only just pesticides, not only just aflatoxin. Those are mycotoxins, isn't it? So that's for livestock, those are the issues that we should be able to address. We have no data. For fresh produce, or rather crops and what have you, of course, handling, number one. And then pesticides, and then mycotoxins. Those are the issues that we actually have to face. Thank you very much. Food safety is for everyone. Everyone's what? Business. And if food is not safe, it is not what? Thank you very much.
Makofi mzuri sana. They have really kept time. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much, Professor, moderator. It was short and sweet.
I thought I would make a police
We save it for next time. But thank you very much, panelists. A good round of applause for them. They have done a very, very good job. They have touched on something very important, which is data. And without data in this day and age, we are getting lost. And we must take advantage of technology, which has made it easier for us to collect data, analyze data, and also come up with a conclusion from that said data. We are talking about the AI era. So what is our excuse in not collecting and analyzing data? The other thing they have stressed is that food safety is, and if it's not safe, it is poison. We are eating our ways to early graves. Then the last thing that is extremely important that they have highlighted is that we must look at food safety in its totality. We must, in fact, I was just writing how the diseases that come through animal products. We don't even cook our meat well. You buy pork, you eat, and you're not even cooking it well. What are you bringing into your body? These are conversations we need to start having. We are now moving to our second last session, and which is a fun session where we appreciate, where we recognize the people who have done outstanding work in the last 7 years. This is the award session for program partners, and I'm going to invite Mr. Stephen Cheriot to come and take over this session. Makofi kwake as he comes. Makofi kwake. I can see he might need the podium. Wenye nguvu wa wapi? Wako wapi wale wenye nguvu? Or are you going to do it there? So we would need help with the podium, please. Unfortunately, wenye nguvu are still the ones carrying the boxes. So we can give them a bit of time as they do this. And thank you very much for the good work that you're doing. I can also help take this one so that I look good in your eyes. as no, you don't say the lightest. I am playing my part. We said it is everyone's business, so I am playing my business. Don't joke. And tujipikie makofi. I haven't seen anyone dozing off. Like I said earlier, I have had fun facilitating this session. I'm truly honored, and I'm immensely grateful to the MESS team for trusting me with this role and this assignment. So asanteni sana, sana, sana. So it's just one more session and then we have fun, because you're going to do a round train and sing in celebration of this event. And these 7 years. I don't want you to say that it was a celebration without music. You already said that.
Thank you, Madam Wanjohi Njoroge, for the great session from morning. It has not been easy, I know, moderating a session that has got so many people, high-level guests. It has not been easy. So thank you, and we can give a round of applause to Madam Wanjohi Njoroge. Yeah, thank you, Madam Wanjohi Njoroge. So, wow, it has been great. She talks about 5 years of immense transformation. She talked about 7 good years of commitments from Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust implementing the Agrifi Programme. 7 good years of county government commitments to drive the food safety agenda. 7 good years of preaching the gospel on food safety. 7 years of farmers' capacity building, and 7 good years of interacting with the MCAs. And all of us know how chaotic sometimes our county assemblies in the counties are. It has not been easy. I remember there was a time I was tasked by my boss, Mr. Godfrey Nyang'ori, to preside over a very big event. That to me then was a big event. Just to moderate a session on sensitization of the county assembly on a few bills, food safety bill, the wet market bill, and the ATVET bill. And I can tell you it has not been easy. Sometimes you invite 10 MCAs, they come, sometimes they come in pairs. They come in pairs, and you have to facilitate all of them. Sometimes they come in force, and you have to facilitate them. Godfrey tells me, now, my friend, this is the budget that you have. See how you can manage the politics around it. It has not been easy. Yeah, our very good boss, Madam Rebecca Muhoye, has always been very keen on tracking the budgets of the program. So sometimes she gets mad and says, Godfrey and your team, what is the problem? The budgets are, there are so many overruns. But it has been not, it has not been so easy. Rebecca, we really appreciate your support, the commitment that you've shown, the guidance all through the program. I joined midway, but it has been quite an exciting and an amazing session to work for the program Agrifi. The partners have been so great. And I must say that in this house, everyone has been a food safety champion. Everyone has been a food safety champion. I remember when we introduced the agenda in the counties, people were talking about, why talk about food safety and not food security? The topic and the discipline had not gotten deeper into their genes. It was not easy. So right now as we speak, the gospel is still on. The cause is still on. Mohammed, despite a few political challenges we had in Machakos, I know when we come back next time, Mohammed, when you come back next time, we are coming in a very big way. Very big way. We really appreciate you. Waziri Masenda, he's very anonymous with the program Agrifi. Whenever we talk about Migori and food safety, what comes to my mind is Waziri Masenda and every other person who's been part of the process. We really want to appreciate you. We are really indebted to you. So at this very juncture, I want to to go to the second part of the second to the last part of the program, which is awarding the best. I've said from the onset, all of us are winners in this process. We are the food safety champions. You can imagine, out of the 47 counties, we are only talking about 13 counties being the drivers of the food safety change in the country. And the story does not even end there. We are yet to come back in a very big way. We simply need to pray. We simply need to pray hard, and also demonstrate that there is impact moving forward. And we are ready to uptake these new ideas on matters food safety. So we have different categories of awards. One, we have the Lion category that goes to the ATVET centers. We are looking at the ATVET centers that have been able to roll out the reviewed curriculum. In the morning, Godfrey talked about the curriculum, or the curricula that were reviewed by a committee led by Mr. Onesimus Moniki. We are talking about a curriculum that has got food safety in it. An ATVET that has got a strong linkage with the private sector lead farms, who are the drivers of the food safety agenda. And ATVET centers that also demonstrate the ability to commercialize their enterprises. That is under category number 1, the Lion category. The Cheetah category, we are looking at the private sector lead farms who've been able to demonstrate domestication and application and implementation of standard operating procedures and self-assessment guides and compliance to the same. And of course, we are looking at how much they have invested in food safety initiatives. And of course, key to it is, of course, the strong and the functional linkage they have with the ATVET centers. Under category, there is another category, category number 3, that is the Eagle category. We are looking at the farmer groups, the producer organizations, the cooperatives, who've been also able to domesticate the standard operating procedures and standard self-assessment guides. There have been compliance to the standards in the industry. We are also looking at a group that has got quite a number of farmers who have been built, whose capacities have been built on matters food safety, and whose governance is also top-notch. There are no wrangles, there are no squabbles. So that is what you are looking at. That is the criteria. Criteria number 4, or the category number 4 is the Tiger category. Remember, this program we've been working very closely with, apart from the partners in the county government, they call them partners in the further states. If that is correct, Madam Joroge, the media people, we also have quite a number of them who've done exemplary well. We also want to appreciate them for sharing our visibility stories, telling the impact stories about the program Agrifi, in social media, in print media, TVs and whatnot. We really also want to appreciate you for the great work and the amazing work that you've done over the past 7 good years. The other category is, of course, the elephant, the category. This one is looking at the market vendors. Remember, we've been talking about the wet market philosophy for the past 3 years now. We have 5 markets to start off with. And among the market actors, there are those who actively adopted food safety initiatives in their own ways. And the last one, if I'm not wrong, or second to the last, sorry, we have the Rhino category. We are looking at the market that has been able to demonstrate capability to deliver the entire wet market concept in 4 ways. We are looking at the regulations in those markets that are able or that have demonstrated impact on matters sanitation and hygiene, governance, and also the biggest component, which is a headache all over, is waste management, or the circularity in those markets. The giraffe, the TOTs, who've been able to impart knowledge to our value chain actors, the farmers, at those levels, active engagement with the program, and of course, the people, the TOTs who've been able to do very close follow-up with the farmers to ensure that they adopt some of these key practices that we are advancing as a program. And of course, our biggest is, and the last one, is the leopard category. Now we are looking at the central competent authorities who've been part of us from the program inception. We have KDB, we have all those, you can name them, and we really want to appreciate you also in a very special way. So having said that, we are going to the first category, which is the lion category. We are looking at the ATVET centers that have done what I said. And number one, just prepare to really appreciate these people. And as they prepare to come, if we have an EU rep or a Board of Trustees chairman, you can say our Board of Trustees chairman, Mr. Noah Meli, I think you will be here to really appreciate our awardees under this category. And the winner under this category, the Lion category, the ATVET centers that have been able to roll out the curriculum, strong linkages with the farmers and the PSLFs. We have Kisii ATC. A better round of applause for Mr. Mulei, the principal for Kisii ATC. Where is Waziri for Agriculture, Kisii County? Yeah, let us continue appreciating Kisii. Yeah, our photographers, where are you? Oh, that's great. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mulei. Thank you, Kisii. First runners-up also to be awarded by our chair is Makueni Kwakadoka ATC. That's our first runners-up. The principal for Kwakadoka ATC Makueni, or the ATVET Center. This is one of the ATVET centers that has been able to churn out trainees from the facility. Currently, we are talking about 468 CBET trainees that have gone through Kwakadoka ATC Makueni. Let us appreciate Mr. Charles Kazi. Thank you, Ngulu. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Assumpta Mukale. Continue the good work. So, thank you, Chairman. Let us appreciate the two ATVET centers kindly. Yeah. Under category number 2, we are looking at the private sector lead farms that have been able to domesticate sugs and soaps, compliance and whatnot. And under this category, we have a PSLF in Kisii, Agroplants Limited. Agroplants, is Agroplant represented here? Kisii County Agroplants, maybe Dr. Matanya, you can step in for the gentleman. Yeah, you can pick. Yeah, as they come, any representative, this one will be done by Danida. Madam Rebecca, I don't know whom is going to stand in for Danida. Is it you? Yeah, you can. So let us appreciate Agroplant, Mr. Silas Nyakundi, as our winner today. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and Rebecca also, you still have one. So under this category, there is Pwani Fish Farm in Kilifi. Any representative from Pwani Fish Farm, Kilifi, kindly? There is none. So, none. So you can have a seat, Rebecca. It's okay. So we'll find a way of delivering the... But let us appreciate the gentleman in absentia. Yeah, he's actually the gentleman behind taking of the organic waste at Mtapoet Market, and he's really doing some amazing job. so many employment opportunities created through those linkages, and we really want to appreciate and say thank you for the amazing work. The farmer groups, the Eagles, among the so many farmer groups that we've worked with over the past 7 years, there is one farmer group that stands out among the so many, and this is an aquaculture group in Migori County. It's called Wasweta 2 FCS. He's the only Samora Machel that we have in Kenya. So kindly appreciate him. Yeah, thank you. He's our winner. And we also have our CEO doing the presentation of the gift or the award. Let us appreciate Samora Machel in Kenya. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, another one, there is Yata Multipurpose. It's a cooperative in Machakos. We also want to appreciate you for the good work that you're doing to the farmers. Yata Multipurpose, let us appreciate Mr. Mbolonzi. Shadrach Mbolonzi is one of the active people in that cooperative. She's been supportive to the program. She understands the program in and out. So thank you, Mr. Mbolonzi. Thank you. May God bless Yata Multipurpose. May God bless you. May God give you the energy to move forward. We have under this category also Tulaga, a dairy cooperative in Nyandarua. Let us appreciate him. A round of applause. The only cooperative in that county that has adopted green technologies. Let us appreciate the gentleman. Tulaga Dairy from Nyandarua. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Rebecca, you can sit. Thank you. The tiger category, the 4 states who've worked with us the journey from 2018 to 2024. We've had so many, but one stands out. That is Standard Media Group. Any rep from Standard Media Group, kindly? Any rep from Standard Media Group? Bwana Gerald Mukunga. A better round of applause for the gentleman. Our stories have always been out there in the print media, social media, even in TV. We really appreciate you for the hard work. May God give you the energy, the passion, the drive to even deliver for the second phase of the program, if God wills. Thank you so much. Let us appreciate. We have, yeah, I think it's the CEO also doing the presentation. Sorry, it was an error of omission. Thank you so much. Also, Madam CEO, I can see so much is lined up for you. Okay, yeah, we can have the program manager doing the award to the market vendors who've been able to adopt the best practices in the markets. In Kisii market, that is our winner, we have Emelda Morakabasa. That is powerful. I can see Kisii imekuja kuwa Tharaka Nithi wa hii program sasa. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Emelda, for the good work that you're doing. Continue with the good work. Yeah, another one for Godfrey. We are looking at the rhino, the market category. We are looking at markets that are clean, well established and operational. They have proper waste management systems. Governance and leadership is okay. and they have privatized a few of their services. Under this category, the winner is Free Area Nakuru Market. Yeah, let us appreciate him better. Thank you. Continue advancing the wet market agenda. Continue advancing the wet market agenda. And the first runners-up under this category. Okay. Yeah, wait, Godfrey. First runners-up is Ruiri Market in Meru. Ruiri Market, I know we started from scratch, and you're really doing some amazing work. So let us appreciate the chair lady, Madam Esther Gatwiri. They are really doing some good job. Thank you. Also, Godfrey, there is a first runners-up under the market vendors category. Madam Anne Wanjiku, where are you? Anne Wanjiku? Anne Wanjiku, Free Area Wet Market. Welcome. Let us give a round of applause. I'm not seeing men here. I don't know what the problem is. We're really struggling. Godfrey also, the TOTs who've been part of the process from the word go. We are looking at TOTs who've had active engagement with the program and have been continuously following up the trainings with the farmers. And under this category, we have Yukabeth Wegesa, who is a winner. Let us give a round of applause to Yukabeth. Yukabeth Wegesa. And everything is going to Kisii, right? Watu wa Migori hoye. So let us appreciate Yukabeth. And our first runners-up is John Mugwanja. Nyamushi. John Mugwanja from Nakuru County, the newest city. Right, that is great. Thank you so much. And the final category, you can sit Godfrey. This one will go to the central competent authorities. That is a leopard category. And as I said from the onset, all of us are winners in this movement. All of us are the preachers in this gospel, or preachers of the gospel. We have Kenya Bureau of Standards. Under this category, we have PCPB, Pest Control Products Board. We have KEFIS, Kenya Fishery Services, I can see DAISY, HCD AFA, Ministry of Health, Kenya Dairy Board, TVET SIDAC, and the Directorate of Veterinary Services. And under this category, we want to once again invite Rebecca to present the awards to the team. And we can start off with Kenya Bureau of Standards. Kindly step forward to receive your award. A round of applause. A round of applause. She's representing KEBS. Thank you. We have PCPB. PCPB. Let us appreciate her. PCPB. Now, KEFIS. A round of applause to Onesmus Mwaniki. He's been part of the process. Minister of Health. Thank you, Bwana Lawrence Allo. You've been part of the process. We really don't take that for granted. Thank you so much. HCD Alpha. HCD Alpha. HCD Alpha. HCD Alpha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kenya Dairy Board, being represented by Dr. Sanfredo Odhiambo. He was also part of the team that reviewed the curriculum. Thank you, Fred. May God bless you. May God bless KDB. Kenya Fishery Services, Madam Daisy Muriuki, thank you for the good work, for the support over the years. Thank you so much. ATVET Authority. ATVET Authority. ATVET Authority, then perhaps they are not represented here. ATVET SIDAC. DVS. DVS, it's quite unfortunate that they were not able to be part of us, but their gifts are there. So, Madam Rebecca, thank you. You've stood for so long. Yeah, but thank you for the good work. So that marks the end of this session. And as a parting shot, I must say that we want to appreciate everyone for the journey well worked. We want to appreciate all the partners, all the stakeholders, and also the program team, the organization. It has been very supportive to the team. Rebecca, I can't thank you more. Thank you so much. May God bless us. May God bless each one of us. So, and just know that food safety is a journey. It's not a destination. And let's continue to learn, grow, and improve. Thank you. May God bless us.
Thank you, Stephen. Everyone is a food safety champion because we said food safety is everyone's business, and therefore feel also recognized and acknowledged as one of the food safety champion. And at the end of the day, every one of us will go with a gift that is a package for all of us. We also had some certificate to recognize various efforts of those who have also been part of the program. And we had 3 categories that we are giving certificate. We had food safety champion. We have 11 of them. In this case, I'm going to call all of them. So you come forward so that we can also save on time. Once you receive certificate, and then you can take a photo. As a food safety champion, we are recognizing the outstanding commitment to promoting food safety practices, the dedication, vigilance, leadership, amplified the qualities of a true food safety champion. So in this category for food safety champion, we have Samora Machel Mwamba. And then I will request our Board of Trustee chairperson.
Yeah, just a small commercial break. As Samora, as you take that, Waziri, I kindly request so that we can officially have that official handover of the gift for Migori. I request our CEO to do that. And the photographers, where are you? Kuja. Yeah.
So I will request our Board of Trustee, Chair. I will read out the name. We have Samola. We have Gabriel Wabogodongo. James Musito. Faith Gatweri Cube. We have Esther Gatweri. Esther Gatweri. We have Peter Kamau Karadhi. Patrick Budhia. Elijah Obongi Odimu. Ann Jerry. And Nancy Wamarwa. These are seabed from Mabanga. Sorry. Principal, you can pick for Ann Jerry, Mabanga. Then Asunta Mwikari Mudhini. Thank you, Chairman. The next category, I'll request our CEO, and these are the desk officer that has supported Agrifi Programme. There have been a great linkage between the Agrifi and the county intervention. And therefore, we are recognizing the outstanding commitment and devotion in coordinating Agrifi food safety intervention within the county as Agrifi Programme liaison officer. To start with, I'll call Francisca K. Mwanzia. Francisca. Then Benson Murithi Mukungo. Jacob Musitwa Masiba. James Al Masisa. We have Rinette Echesa Musamba. Nakuru County, she's not here. Anyone from Nakuru County? A chief officer, please. Thank you. Bessie Mukiama. Bessie Mukiama. We have Charles N. Wajau from Embu. Lucas Makau Nguru, Makueni. Anthony Kamau Mwangi, Nyandarua. Anthony, okay. Winston Moenga Mutanya, Kisii. Kamau is also coming. So I like the way Nyandarua team is giving support. Yeah. Winston. David Mark Sifonje from Bungoma. We have Bernard Mwaura from Kiambu, Chief Officer. Kindly request you receive on his behalf. And then also in absentia, Dalton Oporo Nyandoto from Kirifi. I think we'll keep for him. Yeah, thank you, CEO. The other category we have is, we had a team of technical team and experts that supported in reviewing the curricula that ATVET has been rolling out. And these they reviewed to include the food safety. We have 17 of them. And I'll call back our chair to present this certificate. And also a request, as you receive this certificate, I request you give it back because we have not finalized on signature. Yeah, so we have Stefanina McKenna Ngili. See here? No. We have Winfred M. Mudeu, Dr. Andrew Endewa, Ronald Kimitei, no one is here, Franklin Amakofe Ochango. I'll ask Onesimus, who was the chair, to come and receive the certificate. Then maybe we can distribute. But for those who are here, you can still join him. Collins Odhiambo. We have Dr. Domitila Kule Mwendo. We have Jimmy Jackson Mutunga, Jennifer Wanja Gidiji, Amos Welu, Karote Tisika Musindi, Onesimus Mwaniki. We have Ayako N. Elastas, Matthew Dasingila, Jane Bunoro Musindi, Sami Friend Odhiambo. Then the last one is Samuel Kilu. They can receive all of them. Then we'll have them signed so that you can keep it. Go ahead and present. Yeah, to all of them, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I need them back so that we can sign them, all of them. So you can just give them to me, all of them. Huh? Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I'll call back the CEO. Okay. Yeah, I'll call back our CEO. At the Lion category, we had the second learner for the ATVET. We forgot to mention Bukura ATVET. So we are requesting our CEO to present award for the Bukura ATVET. Christabel and Kakamega team. Christabel. I saw Christabel. Okay, it's okay. You can receive on behalf of Bukula. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Tupige makofi mazuri jameni. I think one of the things that I have noticed and appreciated is the diversity of all the people who've received awards and certificates today. Kwa hayo tupige makofi. We have seen from the youngest to the one with white hair, tukaona mama kona kitamba. I mean, they have literally left no one behind. Makofi ingine. Alafu wakatuambia juu sisi wote ni champions wa food safety, kila mtu ako na zawadi. Tujipigie makofi pia. And now we are closing, and we've saved the best for last. Allow me to welcome the Board of Trustees Chair, our very, very able chair who's given us guidance and direction, Mr. Noah Meli. Makofi kubwa zaidi as he comes. Thank you very much, sir.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. It's my real pleasure to be here this afternoon and to give the closing remarks. But before I do that, I just thought I mention just how impactful this program has been. I've had the pleasure of moving around the country over the last 6-7 years, looking at the programs, the impact. I've been to the Kisii ATC, all the ATCs that we funded. We've been there and we've seen the impact, where now even the counties can come back and train their people in the ATCs, empowering the ATCs to channel their own programs, empowering the ATCs to do such marvelous work. The impact has been phenomenal, and it has been my greatest pleasure to lead the team that has been able to make this happen. But above all, thank you for everyone for being here, because it's a team effort. I think what we've seen is a partnership with the county governments, and just how strong this is to be able to close out programs using the county governments being the biggest recipients, but also the cooperation we've received from the county governments have been immense. The competent authorities, all of you, it's been awesome. It's just been almost awesome. But allow me to just go through my speech for closing this, and I trust that this is not the end of this. Invited guests, partners, and other stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I take this opportunity to appreciate you all for finding time to attend the Agrifi Programme Closeout workshop today. We thank the government of Kenya, the Council of Governors, and the private sector for the continued partnership, which has culminated to this event. We are here to celebrate the accomplishments made since the inception of the Agrifi program back in 2018. As many of you have attested to this through your various testimonials, at MEST, we are already championing the local standards, and our being here today is a confirmation that we have rolled out our sleeves, ready to realize a better food culture for our communities. As you are aware, MEST's goal is to support micro, small, and medium enterprises, popularly known as MSMEs, to into development. Inclusive agriculture, productivity, and promote socio-economic and environmentally sustainable growth through improving performance of value chains and their actors, increasing availability of financial services and trade opportunities aimed at poverty eradication. And the main thing here is really poverty eradication. These programs have come in and made an impact, and our farmers a little more money in their pockets. They're able to do their trade with more knowledge, better understanding, and the ability to know that they can make a living out of agriculture. With all the achievements highlighted here today, MEST appreciates all the stakeholders and partners represented here today for your invaluable contribution and unwavering support. Firstly, I wish to thank the Government of Kenya, the national and county level, and the various government agencies who have supported us and offered leadership towards attainment of the results we have seen here today. I wish to point out or single out the competent authorities, PCPB, KEFIS, DVS, KDB, KEBS, Ministry of Health, CALRO, HCD, Kenya Fisheries Service, just to mention some of the ones who we have worked very closely. I'm very passionate about some of the programs we've seen and some of the impacts that we've really seen even here, even in the Coast Province. And the very impact, and if you go down to the level that we've gone to, you see the real effect of poverty alleviation, removing poverty from our people, making them be able to make a living out of agriculture, making our youth appreciate agriculture, making our women get appreciated and understand that they can make a living out of agriculture. A special thank you to all the stakeholders and partners of the program, the 13 ATVETs centers, the trainers of trainers, the TOTs, farmers, private sector lead farms, processors, and even consumers. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the program team. Your commitment, professionalism, and tireless efforts have made this program a success. In closing, I believe that through continued collaboration and collective action, we can build upon the success of this program and create a sustainable food system that protects public health and fosters economic growth. Let us continue to work together to ensure a safe and secure food supply for all. Thank you all once again for making this day memorable. Thank you very much.
When the chair speaks, protocol dictates, you say nothing. But I will say, he has said that we need to create a food safety culture. Culture is a people's way of life. I hope that as we go out there after today, we will make it our business to create a food safety culture. Asanteni sana for being such an amazing audience. I have been your facilitator, Wanjohi Njoroge. I know why she's coming to me. And the next stage is just photos. I'm not sure whether she wants us to do it per group. And I'm going to give her the microphone to guide us on how to do this. Asanteni sana. The Madam CEO has given me the permission to close. So our event is officially closed. I'm going to invite somebody who would love to pray for us with a closing prayer. We started with prayer. It's important to close with prayer. Any volunteers? Or do you want Madam Rose to close for us? Thank you very much. Tumpigie makofi as she comes. And as we are leaving, please make sure you collect your gift. There will be a gift outside.
Thank you so much. We can stand for a closing prayer. We are praying. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come back to Thee, Father, with lots of thanksgiving. We prayed that you guide us through the program, and here we are, we have closed peacefully. And we thank you, Father, for the commitments that we have done here, that the journey continues of food safety championing. We pray for journey mercies for each and every one of us. Father, help us to travel safely from wherever we came from. Thank you for this great team, Father, that we have one goal of ensuring food safety to our country, Kenya. May your will be done in everything. We thank you for guiding us through. We pray in Jesus' name.
Okay, let us come and wenye nguvu tafadhali twaomba tena tusaidiane tuondoe hii so that we have a bit of space, and then the photographer can also help us in organizing ourselves. Thank you very much. I think we can come. Please let us come per table so that we save on time.
We are inviting everybody for a photo session, kindly. Hapa. Wengine wasimame hapa.